And welcome in, Pokemon Unite trainers, Underdunk number 74. We're back in action, and we are happy as a clam. Everything's good in the world. Husky, how are you doing? Welcome in.
Hey, what's up? Honestly, I haven't played much Unite since last week when we did Underdunk, so I'm gonna have to kind of catch back up on what the meta was. But as far as I am seeing around, not too much has changed besides attackers are a little bit better right now, at least from what I'm hearing.
Attackers are a little bit better. There's certainly more of them appearing more and more and more. There's a few of them, Latios, Greninja, definitely seem to be, getting played a little bit more frequently. Cramorant has kind of entered in slowly but surely.
Yeah, they're gonna nerf that shit.
Yeah, I know, it's good.
They're
it's
gonna
so
nerf it. It's so nerfed, dude.
It's so nerfed.
For the last patch ever in Pokemon Unite, which will likely be the next patch, and then they will stop producing the game, Cramorant will get absolutely gutted, so that the last patch they leave Pokemon Unite on before they stop making patches forever is going to be Cram being unplayable and probably have some ridiculous bug. So yeah, that, as far as I know, that bug about the move selection having to be done before the match is still in play. So just, keep a lookout for that. You still have to select the move beforehand. It seems to be some weird bug, but eventually, hopefully they'll fix that.
Hopefully they will fix it. Well, let's take a look at our stats from Underdunk 73, just a short week ago. Top encounters. There's certainly some familiar foes within this sheet. Blastoise, 100% of the time it was represented, either picked or banned, and there's a few others that are, not super surprising.
Yeah, I mean, even though it got nerfed, right? Blastoise still being this highly prioritized, it doesn't necessarily surprise me, but it just goes to show how broken it still is even after being nerfed. Everything else we've kind of been seeing. I guess the main thing here to point out is that Latios has really seen a surge in popularity. I have loved Latios since it came out, even when it was broken, even when it wasn't broken. It's a fun Pokemon. I'm glad that we get to see it.
Yeah, Latios is super fun. And we've been seeing both movesets. I've seen a lot of Dragon Pulse. Also saw Draco Meteor a few times this weekend at the Big Uzi Cup, which was super fun to watch. Definitely a more unique meta. Obviously, Greninja or Empoleon had to be played, so those are 100% represented in that tournament. But obviously, Latios still played a pretty decent factor. And when we take a look at, kind of the picks from last week, Latios certainly represented in the win rate. 61.9% of the time, it won every time. And then also that Surfetched, also doing quite well, 73.7% win rate.
Yeah, Surfetched kind of sneakily being really, really good right now. I watched Chris Hero's tier list earlier today, and he thinks Surfetched is S tier. Honestly, anytime that I've played Surfetched, I feel really strong. So I'm honestly surprised it isn't being seen as much as some of these other top picks, but maybe that will change given the fact that this win rate is very high.
Win rate was pretty high. Always surprising seeing some of the most picked Pokemon having a sub 50% win rate. So you got your Snorlax, you got your Vaporeon, but I think those kind of make sense because they're relatively safe. You can pick them early, and you could kind of adapt, what moveset they play depending on the enemy composition. When we talk about the bands also kind of in that same role. Obviously, that Blastoise was, the top offender, 79% of the time it was banned. That Charizard Y, the Mega Lucario, all of these Pokemon have been just terrorizing the meta more recently.
Yeah, I guess over the last couple months, right? And I imagine we'll see them the same type of things this weekend too. Mega Gyarados, I'm glad that it seems like the nerfs have kind of brought it a little bit more back in line, but we do still see it getting a good amount of bans. But seeing the win rate being low kind of makes sense to me. It was always kind of teetering on not as broken as the other Mega Pokemon. What's interesting here is this Mega Charizard Y win rate. It was banned so much that I guess teams are not used to playing it, and it's not really winning, which could be a good thing. I don't know. It could be a thing generally, but I think it's probably because it's been banned so much that teams aren't really practicing with it, and it might not be bringing out its full potential.
I think you talked about that one being interesting. The one interesting one that I find with all this data is gonna be the Darkrai. 55% ban rate, and it wasn't picked a single time. So it wasn't represented at all in
Oh,
the
that means
pick
it
phase.
wasn't picked?
Yeah, not picked
I
at
thought you just
all.
didn't have that data.
No, it
That's
wasn't.
wild.
I couldn't figure out a way how if I wanted to put like not equal, just divide by 0, unreal number or something. I don't know. I was thinking of
Yeah.
smart ways. I just put NA. I was being boring.
Yeah, no, I think that actually that makes sense. I just thought that you might not have the data. But yeah, the Darkrai, it's an interesting one. I guess we'll see if it's still being prioritized in the ban slot, but I guess that means it's kind of a wasted ban. But let's take a look at our map selections. Almost even here in terms of the Groudon and Kyogre, and still Rayquaza only 3.7%. I don't think that teams are really going to be picking much of Rayquaza.
I don't think so either. But with that said, talking about the map selection, we have our first draft of the game playing on neighbors Wi-Fi, going to be on your purple side. So the first pick, which means Saved had that opportunity to pick which map that they wanted, and they did go with that Kyogre map.
I'm just gonna call them Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi.
That'll be fine. So yeah, the Darkrai is still being banned out, even though it wasn't picked a single time. I guess maybe that strategy is based on a specific counter, and then if Darkrai is not banned, then by the time who is this? Who is this first picking? Anyway, and then by the time. And then by the time that Darkrai is available, it just doesn't work for that composition. That could be the reason. But yeah, Blastoise, first picked, not surprising.
Not surprising at all. I don't think we're allowed to say that word on stream. I think that might be a curse word. But we do have that Comfey. Yeah, we can't. It's a swear word. We cannot say that.
Yeah.
It's illegal.
I don't think we're allowed.
Psyduck, though, I mean, Psyduck looking pretty good in the most recent patch, meaning it didn't really get banned or it didn't get nerfed at all. So it's just been kind of there doing all sorts of, I don't know. I think Psyduck is just one of the best disruptors in the game.
Oh, for sure. I mean, there was a time where it was super broken and then teams kind of stopped playing it. I got a couple nerfs, and now Psyduck is absolutely one of the best Pokemon in the game again. We do see this Crustle getting locked in, and Garchomp, who recently got buffs, is going to be locked in as well. So I was wondering if we were going to start seeing Garchomp kind of come back. It's a really good top path Pokemon. And it looks like on the opposite side, the Blastoise is likely going to be playing in that top path. We'll see what Neighbors Wi-Fi wants to lock in, considering 3 defenders kind of running one of those EVs as a support potentially, and then using Ceruledge as that central area Pokemon. That's what I can only imagine is what's going to end up happening with this comp.
Oh, yeah, this is a very, very bulky. So I actually kind of do like this Mewtwo. I wouldn't be surprised if Save wants to go with some sort of like a presser as well. I think an all-rounder kind of works pretty well. This Blaziken, you know what? I actually kind of like the Blaziken. I'm a little concerned about a speedster, but I guess Meowth, seemingly one of the better speedsters right now.
Meowth's got a little bit of bulk to it, a little bit of CC as well, but I'm kind of with you. I don't know how well it can stand up to the bulk that's being provided here, especially with, you've got Ceruledge diving underground. Can you hit it with the Fury Swipes? I guess maybe if you're using Payday, you're going with that sure hit moveset. You're going to get some damage regardless. Maybe play it more as a mid-ranged Pokemon, kind of come in as a finisher after Garchomp kind of cleans up some damage. We'll have to see what ends up happening here. I kind of liked that they were considering that Blaziken, but we'll have to see what the Meowth does.
Yeah, we'll certainly have to see. It might be just something that to maybe take care of that backline Latias, which is going to have quite a bit of beef in front of it. So it could be one of those few things that can get to it. So we'll have to, like you said, we'll have to see how it goes. But I guess what do you think about this composition? Obviously, big shout out, welcome in Raiders, Vin Diesel with the big old raid. This is Underdunk 74, and hope you all stay around for this first match.
Yep, when we're going to get into it very shortly here. I guess the other thing that I want to mention is this Latias. We didn't really get to talk about it. It could have been that support, but it looks like it's going to be played more as a damage dealer in that attacker role. This could be a potential dive opportunity for Meowth here, but we will see.
Let's get into it. Our Swiss round 1. This is a best of 3. The first match of the day. Husky going up towards that top path on that Squirtle. Had to say it at least one time. And it's going to be that Ceruledge into the central area for Wi-Fi.
Yeah, that's a really good central area Pokemon as well. I mean, it's at that level 5. It's got a really strong early game, really strong central area gank. And Psyduck looks like they're going for a bit of an invasion, trying to see down here for saved if they have an opportunity to get some secures. Already Latias proving to be pretty good with that early game secure. Psyduck not making out with anything just yet, but help is on the way.
Help is going to converge on this little duck. Squirtle coming to the rescue, allowing this poor little Charcadet to try to just take the rest of its central area Pokemon. And honestly, this Squirtle's doing a really good job of just kind of drawing the attention of the duck and keeping them away from those wild Pokemon.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage too for that Squirtle early, but the Meowth has arrived as well, level 5 for that Pokemon. Ceruledge also has that level 5, so far the Psyduck, all they're doing is wasting time. That's still really solid, especially if you're playing support. You know, you're not really trying to get experience, you're just trying to disrupt the enemy, but they are being disruptive again here. The Headache Gauge Pop saves them for now, but now it's 3-on-3 in the top.
Oh, this Gabite might have just gotten pushed a little bit too far from this Squirtle, who has to burn that eject button. Garchomp gonna get away to safety. Meowth is on hot pursuit, and they are gonna take out the Squirtle in tow. Here comes Ceruledge to go against the duck. Another Headache Gauge is gonna keep them along with that Confusion Stun, and this Psyduck gets away very, very narrowly.
Yeah, we're just showing why Psyduck is absolutely busted, right? As soon as you're about to take it down, the Headache Gauge pops, huge shield, pushes everybody away. It just does so many things. Same with the Meowth passive as well. You just get free held items. So far, so good. It does have that payday move as well. Gabite now trying to chip at this Vaporeon. But with this Meowth, it has payday, so it can play from a little bit further away, and Saved is going to run into the central area of this Ceruledge once again. They're just going to continue to try to put pressure on these buffs, likely going to be able to take this red buff. Nobody can really do anything on Neighbor's Wi-Fi right now.
3 members invaded into the central area of Wi-Fi, and now looks like teams are going to kind of scuffle in the central area. Regidrago's still up. 3 on the Psyduck, still very low. Finally gets sliced down to size by the Ceruledge. They lose that War Turtle, and now this Meowth, along with the Crustle, going to put up a wall. Mewtwo comes in, and that's a double KO for the Crab.
Just really well played early game by Saved. I think that they got what they needed off of that invade, and that was space and some experience for the rest of their Pokemon. Now with the bird spawn in that bottom path, look at these rock tombs from Crustle as well. Running in on this Latias will push them into their own goal zone, but it doesn't matter because the Mewtwo Y has Mega Evolved. They're going to take a couple KOs. Ceruledge does get one. Has to use their eject button, though. Ultimately, Saved doing really well in this fight.
Bitter Blade. Oh, that's a bitter ending for Ceruledge, who goes back to the Pokemon Center. Now this Meowth, along with the Gabite, trying to get some of their points in. Muddy Water's going to interrupt that score from happening. Both of those scores, both 30-point pockets. Now this Vaporeon, along with the Latias, going to try to take down this Gabite, who barely gets to the tall grass. Are they going to be able to get out? They do, Husky.
Wow, what an escape there for the Gabite. This Rock Tomb Crustle is absolutely ridiculous. Every single Rock Tomb feels like it's adding so much value. It provides enough spacing, some vision as well. Crustle is getting collapsed on here. Huge X Scissor, and then here comes the Meowth with the Unite move to take down the Vaporeon. Saves is on fire.
Old Coin Barrage still going in. There's that Revenant Ren. Meowth goes down, and now Ceruledge put their attention onto the Psyduck. Bitter Blade going to try to slice through another Phantom Force, another boosted auto. The wound damage, though, is going to be the thing that takes down the duck. Good dodge there once again from Falcon. Garchomp has access to their Unite move. They could potentially use it. Crustle sectioning off the fight. Throws down the Rock Tomb. Regieleki now nearing halfway. They're going to engage. Good play. Foul play from that Umbreon. Stunning up a couple. Finally, we get the Unite move from the Garchomp. They're going in. They're taking out the Ceruledge. They take out they take out themselves. They go down to the Vaporeon. A Unite move from Latias is going to take down another.
No way! What a steal there from the Mewtwo. Comes in with the Infinite Cybern from the top path. And we'll take down that Regieleki. I mean, after Neighbor's Wi-Fi wins that fight as well, I guess they got to consider getting their own Wi-Fi to play on. Not able to time that secure well enough to avoid the Infinite Cyber. But that was such an interesting fight. And I want to kind of go back to that Meowth, because as soon as the Meowth gets caught by Ceruledge, it's basically done. but there's not really enough damage on the rest of the squad to do much of anything to the Meowth in the meantime. So I think that it could be really valuable, especially with the way this Crustle has been setting it up. That being said, Neighbors Wi-Fi clawing their way back here. No points were able to be capitalized on from that Regieleki.
Steal, though, going to be earned from save. That's going to be a big objective. Wait, no! Neighbors Wi-Fi stole that away from them! Holy.
Yeah, that was Reggie stolen by that Blastoise. They were able to hit it with the Hydro Pump. And, I mean, it seems pretty evenly matched right now. I would say that Saved was definitely rocking that early game. Huge eject button away from that Revenant Ren. And now Cerulege in a lot of trouble. They will go down.
Oof, yeah, Vaporeon also going to try to escape. Meowth. I mean, Save definitely loved trying to rip that Reggie Steal away from Wi-Fi, but again, that Blastoise, criminal behavior. I was like trying to click the button, and by the time the button was clicked, Blastoise had stolen it, so I clicked the wrong button.
There's 4 now in that top path. Blastoise can't really do too much of anything, especially the Meowth Unite move comes out. And once again, Save putting pressure on the central area. Cerulege just hasn't really been able to do much of anything. So many stuns there. Meowth ultimately will pick up that KO, but Blastoise in a great position for a Hydro Typhoon. They will use it. Knocks up 3.
Knocks up 3, eject over the wall. Crustal's going to pay a little bit of exception to that. Going to Exorcise them back. Umbreon able to take out that level 13 Meowth. That's a big KO timer, 20 seconds. And now Crustal in a little bit of trouble. Going to get sliced by the Cerulege. Mewtwo going to Psy Strike a couple, and they are going to get back to the safety of that T1 goal zone.
You know, at this point, I'm really not sure which team I think is ahead. I mean, you do have level 13 on that Meowth, but Neighbors Wi-Fi has been winning a lot of these fights. Latias very silently been getting stacks kind of off screen, and they're nearing their level 12 as well, which is all you need if you're Latias. Now moving up on this Crustle, which I think has been the ultimate decider for Save so far. This thing is just ridiculous. 3-minute Unite move for Meowth. There should be fine. I think they had an energy amp on, if I remember correctly. Should be able to get that back. But Regieleki now in this basement path.
The basement path already getting chipped by this Cerulege. Maybe a little bit of a slice through. Meowth now going to pay a little bit of attention to it. Now nearing that half HP mark. Save still looking for an angle here. Trying to wait out some cooldowns. Good flip turn there from the Vaporeon. Looking for a secure. Meowth does get it. Cerulege has to burn their eject button over that wall.
Yeah, Cerulege, I mean, they have the better secure, but just not enough damage was being done to the Regieleki to give them enough time to make that secure. Either that or the Bitter Blade was still on cooldown. Vaporeon did a great job of zoning out the Meowth there, but they still were able to come back, and they went in. I think what's the name of them? Sure, it's a Feint Attack. That's the second move, too, for the Payday build. I think so. I think it's Feint Attack. I think that Feint Attack is what ended up doing it. They jumped in, were able to grab it. Big Infinite Cyber to start off this fight. Looks like Save wants to go in early. Umbreon very low, but they're ripping in the center area, Kyle.
Already down to half. Mewtwo un-Mega Evolved now. Blastoise, Hydro Typhoon, gonna knock up a couple into the Revenant Ren. Garchomp down.
Wow.
My Neighbors Wi-Fi gonna just go ahead and steal the Wi-Fi, steal the Kyogre right out of the hands of Save. And now they're gonna find the KOs. 3 members down for Save. Points inevitable.
I have no idea where that Garchomp was and why they weren't using the Unite move. I'm not sure what it is about Garchomp players and deciding to wait until they're on less than 1 HP to try to use the Unite move, but I think if they used it, it would at least cause some disruption to Neighbors Wi-Fi, but also I might not have seen everything and they could have been stunned out, but either way, Neighbors Wi-Fi, what a play there. They kind of lost that fight in the bottom path, but as soon as they drew out the Infinite Cyber, and I think those remaining players were like, let's just go for it and hope we get it. It was still a flip in the end, but Neighbors Wi-Fi has a commanding lead now. That being said, it's not over yet. We could still see a comeback in this last minute.
Not over till it's over. Blastoise is going to try to stall out some timers. Psychic's going to pull them into a little bit of trouble. Still, large HP pool on this Pokemon. Counter score on the back end, 50 points from Meowth. Not going to do the trick. They're going to need quite a bit more. Unite move, gold coins raining down on this T2 goal zone. That's going to be that Mist Blast from Latias. Going to lock onto this Meowth. Going to get pushed away by Surf. Here comes a Revenant Ren. Going to dangerously lower this Garchomp, who's going to have to Dragon Combo 3 members. Good Surf from Blastoise is going to keep them away from this gold zone. There's another Hydro Typhoon, and Blastoise still has this Kyogre buff. Cerulege down. Latias down. 2 members down for Save. They have 1 opportunity, but I think Husky, this is not going to be enough for them. 10 seconds. Wi-Fi should win this one.
Yeah, just not enough time there. And, you know, just to continue to degrade this Garchomp, I guess. I'm not trying to, I'm not being like that. But I just got to point out, like, I don't know why we use the Unite move in the goal zone while they're all scoring in there. You can push, you can get, you know, you can have an opportunity to go for a push. Like, if they had it there, it might have been a different story. But, you know, Monday morning quarterback in it. And I think that Saved had a great game. I like the Meowth, but I think that we were kind of right in the way that we analyzed it in the drafting phase, that it's just, it couldn't do anything in the late game. You know, as soon as the Pokemon, as soon as they're tankier, there's nothing really that they can end up doing. So they went down pretty fast, but I think that we didn't really get to see the full extent of what a good team fight between these two teams would look like because of the way that end game played out. But we can see from these numbers just how scrappy and fighting focused that match was. A Vaporeon with 71,000 damage, Latias doing the same thing, Blastoise 87k on the other side as well. A ton of high damage numbers.
I mean, yeah, look at all the damage dealt, all the damage taken, everybody on save taking at least 50k, with the majority of them taking over, 79. It's basically 80k for 40 or 4 of the 5 Pokemon, except for your Mewtwo Y, which obviously, if you're taking 80k as a Mewtwo, that might be, that might be a little tough there. But yeah, pretty good stuff here for Saved. Pretty good stuff here for Wi-Fi. I mean, it was a very close battle throughout. I think the big thing for these two teams, I don't know. I think at the end fight, right before Kyogre spawned in, that Meowth was very low and had to retreat back, and they weren't really able to get to the Kyogre central area in enough time.
Yeah, I think that as well. After the Infinite Cyburn was used down in that bottom path, they had a great opportunity to go for a fight there. But, the Meowth had to retreat. Everybody was kind of all over the place. It's one of those bait fights, like the Regieleki or the, Regiroulette right before that central objective spawns. If it's not a definitive win or loss for either team, then it just kind of, like, I feel like that's an unsolved part of Unite. Like, nobody knows what to do in that moment. And I think that, Neighbors Wi-Fi made the call that they need to make. Just rip, see what happens. We know that Meowth isn't here right now, and they don't have secure. There was nothing really on their side that could do any secure. I mean, I guess the Meowth, like, Payday has a little bit of secure, but Bitter Blades was definitely the best thing that they had. So you just got to kind of, go for it, hope for the best. I think it was a huge, I guess not mistake, but unfortunate thing that the Garchomp couldn't get their Unite move out, because I think that it would have distracted with enough time to potentially make something happen there. But I think this is a really good set to start off this tournament, because these two teams are going crazy on it. I lost what I was gonna say, but that, I love how, like, I had something to say, like I had like something clever, and then I lost it, and my default is go crazy on it.
Go crazy.
I feel like that says a lot.
It's like the Michael Scott from The Office. Sometimes I start a sentence and I don't know where I'm going with it, and sometimes that's half of casting.
That's what casting is, though.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like half the time people are like, how do you be a good color caster? You just gotta be confident enough in what you're saying when you start the sentence, and then let it take you where it takes you.
Yeah.
I think you gotta be I think you just, like, you gotta be an air sign, probably. But yeah. That's okay. So air sign. And yap and make things up, and then convince yourself that you're right. Anyway, so basically, I'm lying to you most of the time. Let's get into our draft number 2. We're seeing similar bans, except this time it looks like the Meowth on the chopping block and the Vaporeon as well.
Yeah, I think the Meowth is a fair ban. It definitely, if Wi-Fi didn't have 3 defenders, it would have, I think, just been perfect. But when you have those 3 defenders, it makes it very tough. So now, I don't think that they're going to likely take 3 defenders, so go ahead and ban that, and that should keep your attacker Pokemon maybe relatively safe from being dove upon. We'll see kind of how this draft gets lined up. There are a lot of good Pokemons available. I think maybe Psyduck would be a great first pick here. Blastoise obviously still available. That's the way we're going.
Yeah, so I mean, the Blastoise being first, I gotta assume that's what teams are going with. It does leave Psyduck to the other side, and I would like to see it instead. Mega Charizard, or not instead, because Psyduck is also here, but we will see Mega Charizard Y this time. Blastoise gets taken away. They go ahead and pick up that Mega Charizard. Save now has a couple of options. They could go for that Mewtwo Y that they had last time and had that incredible steal of Regieleki, or they could lock in a couple of things. This is going to be Mega Lucario. I like this pick. I mean, it's one of those strong picks that's usually getting banned. So it did get a couple of nerfs, but it's still Mega Lucario.
Still Mega Lucario. I think it was Chris Heroes posted a clip of Mega Lucario recently, and it was just like, yeah, despite getting nerfed, a few different times over the course of the last couple months, this Pokemon's still top tier. It has so much utility. It has kind of a lot of agency to play however it wants once it gets that level 9. You can full rip something, has great secure, so it's just really tough to play into. One thing I do love seeing on Neighbors Wi-Fi is going to be this Latios. It's something that we saw a lot this past weekend and on Underdunk 73, so it's kind of continuing its reign of terror.
What a comp we're seeing from Saved. We've got the Gengar, which absolutely obliterates this Latios, by the way. It demolishes it. And then you have this Decidueye, which is currently set up for Spirit Shackle. So I really like this Mimikyu into it. Even though Mimikyu's been nerfed, I still think Mimikyu is pretty ridiculous. So if it can get on the Decidueye, I feel like these two, well, I guess, I was going to say 2 speedsters, but Mimikyu, technically an all-rounder, but kind of playing in that speedster slot. But the Gengar and the Mimikyu, these 2 ghost types, are going to kind of be like swapping attackers, I feel like, throughout the game. I'm not sure that we'll see the 2 of them fighting each other as much as we'll see them trying to target down those backliners.
Yeah, I think that's going to be, it's going to have to be what they do, right? Because Decidueye, when left unchecked, can be an absolute menace, especially in this composition. Same with the Gengar. If this Gengar goes like unchecked, same with the Latios. Like, if it gets all of its stacks up, it's going to be really tough. We'll see if this Gengar can, one-shot some of these Pokemon. I do worry about this Charizard Y as well if I'm saved. There's just a lot to think about here.
Do we think that this Gengar will go with Hex here, or I feel like Hex has been the build, but I could totally see a Dream Eater if you're just trying to target down this Latios. I guess we'll see. I mean, Hex is always good into something like Slowbro and Psyduck just because of how fast it can rip down, but I think that's something that Neighbors Wi-Fi is going to have to consider.
Let's get into it. Game number 2 of our Swiss round 1. We are going to have this Rowlet head towards the bottom path along with this Squirtle. So first partner Pokemon going down there. It's going to be this Mega Lucario Hoopa up in the top path along with the Ghastly in the central area for saved.
Yeah, I love that skin on the Slowbro, or not Slowbro, on the Blastoise, the little glasses on it. He's just a cool dude. You do see the Decidueye grabbing a couple of early secures, but the Slowbro gets their own safe experience, and then Lucario looking for stacks, not able to make it happen. I mean, it is going to be difficult into something with a lot of tick damage like this Charmander, but for the Charmander, it's kind of equally as difficult because that is not a very good laning Pokemon. I imagine we will see Mimikyu come up to the top path to try to help them out.
Lucario definitely needs some leveling too, and all those Natus did go the way of Neighbors Wi-Fi, as well as this contested Bunny up in the top path, but Haunter up for an early gank as well as the Mimikyu. 850 birds up, Haunter gonna break that Mimikyu passive.
It is Dream Eater as well, so looking for that single target focus move to just delete Pokemon one after the other. It is going to jump in here. Not really able to make too much happen. That's 4 members of Saved against 3 members of Neighbors Wi-Fi. We're just going to back off. Probably a smart play. We do have Hyperspace Hole on that Hoopa for very easy rotations. I kind of like that they didn't use the Hyperspace Hole to transport that Squirtle up. for that fight, just so that they didn't know potentially that there was going to be 4, but now they will use it down here in the bottom path, looking for the Slowbro, not able to get in. It is Draco Meteor on that Latios.
They're going to try to rain some of these meteors, hold this T1 pad. Oh, that almost worked out. Haunter not even going to bother taking that hyperspace hold to recharge its HP. It's just going to go immediately back to the central area. Didn't want to risk it for the biscuit. Getting some points in up top, though. Charmeleon getting some stacks in early, nearing that Charizard.
Charmeleon, my favorite evolution. Charmeleon.
Charmeleon.
Charmeleon, the evolution. I guess the flying, because there's already a fire. Okay, whatever. Anyway,
we'll figure it out.
One thing I want to say about Hyperspace Hole is it is a circle, but Draco Meteor also a circle. So if you place Draco Meteor on top of the Hyperspace Hole when you think that Pokemon are going to come out, it does something really funny where it just completely demolishes them. Mimikyu now jumps in to the Flux Zone. With the help of the Draco Meteors, we'll take down 1, but has to back away.
Gonna have to back away on the top side. 3 members pushing up there for saved. However, Wi-Fi is going to break this T1 goal zone on the bottom side. So a little bit of trading going on across the map. We'll see which objectives are going to spawn in which area. Another 2 stacks for this Mega Lucario. So save, going to be playing for top. It's going to be that Reg Ice up here. It's going to be Regieleki in the bottom path. I think Wi-Fi should be able to take this no problem.
Wow, very easily taking that Regieleki. Reg Ice going to be traded here, likely. I mean, you've got a couple members of Wi-Fi up here, but it will be enough time for save to secure that objective and secure that level 9 on the Gengar. Level 9 will then be secured by this Charizard, so they have an opportunity to go for a Mega Evolution here, potential push, knowing that Regieleki is pushing that tier 2. We could see something from Neighbors Wi-Fi in this top path.
Here, Shackle is going to connect on a couple. More defense here for save. You're going to try to hold on to this. That one misses. There's that Seismic Slam from the Mega Charizard Y. Going to pop that Mega Evolution. Hoopa goes down. Going to set that big old Blast Burn right on the portal. Make sure no one gets there. But, oh, man, the Spirit Shackle into the Lucario sends the Charizard back to the Pokemon Center.
The Spirit Shackle out of the Hyperspace Hole, by the way. The second they came out of the Hyperspace Hole, they immediately popped the Spirit Shackle. Pop them out of the sky, and they will be able to get that 30 points. So a 24-point overcap, not too bad there for them. It won't put them in the lead, 146 to 104. Both teams are likely just going to back off here. This Gengar needs some experience. It needs to try to stay ahead. It is wearing 3 different pairs of glasses, and I'm not sure how many stacks it has on one of them.
Another pair of glasses, maybe more cosmetic for this Blastoise. I don't think they're actually stacking, but 30 points in for the Gengar. However, they're going to get met by 4 members of Wi-Fi. Headache Gauge pops into the Draco Meteor, just absolutely obliterated that ghost. Send him to the cemetery that is that Pokemon Center. Another Spirit Shackle is going to connect on the Defender-Supporter combo, and now Wi-Fi is playing for position for this basement objective.
I feel like that's the problem with something like Gengar and some of these other speedsters. It has to hit its full combo, right? But anytime during or after that combo, if it doesn't immediately take out all of its targets, then it just gets stunned to death. And here we go, fight in the bottom path, big engagement.
Man, big engage. Charizard unable to use their Unite move. Saved is popping every bit of resources that they have for this fight. And they're going to get some points in too. Gengar is going to hit that 4 KO streak. Big overcaps as well for save as they go for that basement Regieleki. Gengar might be in a little bit of a pickle here as they get Seismic Slam back to the earth. Mega Charizard Y did not like that 4 KO.
And that's a speedster's favorite thing to do. Get a 4 KO, immediately overextend. And you know what? They deserved it. I think that they deserved that overextension after that play. Charizard will have to use that Unite move just to make sure that they take them down. But I think that's a pretty good KO for them regardless, especially now that we've got level 12 on that Gengar, as well as that Mega Lucario. In the top path, save going for this Registeel, but Neighbors Wi-Fi has also made their way into this top path.
Gotta be careful. Slowpoke, Slowbro has a Unite move, but Registeel secured here from saved. Wi-Fi, though, they're still pushing a little bit forward. They want to use some of their Unite moves. Gengar is going to go in. Big Unite moves gets popped there. Blastoise goes down. Slowbro unable to use their Unite move. Lucario's going to try to get back to that hyperspace hole. They cannot go. Access denied. Mimikyu starting to heat up.
Wow, and look at the Draco Meteors. It's already a lot of stacks for this Latios as well. Trying to catch this Hoopa before they make it into the hyperspace hole. Not able to do it. But Gengar, though they did get a pretty good engagement on that Charizard, I think we're now starting to see just how powerful these Draco Meteors are, especially in this later part of the game when they have a lot of stacks. So it's really going to be up to this Gengar, potentially this Decidueye from the back as well, to make sure they take down this Latios before it can do a ton of damage, because as we're seeing, it doesn't necessarily need levels.
Decidueye is also hitting like a truck right now. Damages about half of Charizard's HP bar with a single Spirit Shackle. Blastoise pops their focus band, gonna be forced to retreat there. Psyduck is gonna kind of escort these two Pokemon down towards this bottom path. 15 seconds until we have this basement Regieleki. Gengar deleted.
Yeah, that'll happen with the Gengar. That'll happen. But that was a great play there from the Psyduck and the Slowbro. Double surf for both of those Pokemon to push the Blastoise out of that hyperspace hole. Great play for them to be able to do that. They pop the Blastoise focus bands. That's going to be one less resource that they have. But Save catching the Slowbro right before the end game here. They will be able to make it back in time, and they will respond in kind by taking down this Hoopa, but the fight seems to be off already, Kyle.
Yeah, Charizard uses their Unite move, but Decidueye, pretty safe Unite move there. Blastoise pops their Unite move, misses everybody and their mom. More Draco Meteors falling down. Mimikyu's going to play with me, reducing some damage. It's going to be that full power Sai-Ai. Mimikyu on the retreat. They go down. Slow beam onto the Gengar, but they get away. Trying to go for the Latios, but they're going to get caught in a blender. Surfs up, and oh my gosh, the Hoopa saves them with the hyperspace rings unbound. He goes backwards. Decidueye caught in no man's land. Gonna get caught between Charizard and a Surf, and they are likely going down. Flamethrower sends them back. Hoopa dangerously low. They go down. Gengar gonna have to retreat.
Yeah, Decidueye way out of position there, but that was just a lot of interesting move combinations. Buttons were certainly being pressed in those moments, but it looks like Neighbors Wi-Fi wants to go ahead and converge the Draco Meteors falling from the sky. It looks like a volcano just erupted here. Gengar will get 1 KO, immediately gets stunned out of it. 2 down immediately for save. Blastoise has a huge surf. It's not going to matter. Here come the Meteors. They're down. They hit the Hoopa too. Big blast as well. Mimikyu with a 3 KO streak. There is a Decidueye though, and they do have a Spirit Shackle, but no, it's not going to be enough. Charizard cleans up that Kyogre in the central area. Neighbors Wi-Fi has 45 seconds to cement their victory.
That should do it. 50 points, double it, make it 100. 366, 207. 35 seconds remaining in this one. Save's going to have to fill some pockets and traverse the map. It's going to look very unlikely here, so it should be Neighbors Wi-Fi that's going to move on as a 2-0 victor in set 1.
I mean, Saved had a lot of really great plays. I think just in that end game, they went in a little bit too hard. I think that they got a valuable pick on that Slowbro, and then, you know, they maybe could have gotten the Mimikyu a little bit out of position there, but that's not what ended up happening. Instead, the Hoopa got picked off. They didn't have a Rings Unbound to fall back on, and I feel like after you take that Slowbro, you got to wait for them to make a mistake, or you just have to back off and, you know, regroup a little bit, prepare, knowing that you have a couple more resources for that end game. That Blastoise Unite move as well that hit absolutely nobody. I feel like that was just a happy trigger finger kind of moment where everybody just walked away. And the poor Blastoise, the Hydro Typhoon, the saddest Hydro Typhoon of all time, the saddest Cowabummer I've ever seen. But it will be playing on Neighbors Wi-Fi, and I guess the Neighbors Wi-Fi is good enough for a Pokemon Unite tournament because they will be taking this set 2-0.
Not bad, honestly. I mean, pretty good stuff all around. That refight was pretty crazy. Yeah, I liked this one. This is a good set to kick us off. I think both games are pretty close, and I think Save definitely had a chance there. I mean, they kind of had a really good first part of the fight, and they made Wi-Fi, you know, kind of retreat quite a bit. I mean, you tuck down that Mimikyu, you forced out the Slowbro Unite move, and you got the Gengar to safety, and yeah, you just kind of ran to a brick wall when Charizard got back onto the map.
Yeah, that was kind of Charizard Still
Yeah.
broken, it looks like.
Still
I don't even know.
broken.
I have nothing else to add. Charizard's still dumb. And I think that the problem here with the speedsters that saved is running is they do a good thing and then they get obliterated for it. So if you can't have return on investment that's going to be greater than what you put in, I don't know if it's going to be the call. The Meowth was really good in the last game and the Gengar
Yeah.
was really good in this game. But once again, we're just seeing like it gets a KO and then it gets absolutely dusted. And then it's kind of like, well, then what? You know,
Yeah.
like, what do we do from there? So the end game is kind of really where that ends up happening. Whereas, like, the early game, you know, you get pretty far ahead. It seems really good. You know, Gengar was doing ridiculous damage, but just couldn't end up bringing it home for the squad. But that'll be it for set number 1.
That'll be it for set 1. Pretty good stuff here for both teams. So we'll see which set we are going to be casting in our round number 2 of our Swiss bracket. But with that said, we are going to take a quick break while we get that set up. So everybody be around. We'll be back very soon. Grab a drink, grab a snack, and redacted. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, trainers. And we have our next round matchup. We're going to have Dynasty. I assume it's Dynasty, not Dynasty. Versus Chud 7104. I'm just going to call him Chud.
What if it was Dynasty?
Dynasty?
Dynasty. It's like some person. Dynasty. Like some person named Dina. I don't know. I'm not funny at all.
It's okay. We can't all be winners. There's only one winner at the end of the night in our Switch format, and we are in round number 2.
7,104th Chud. We'll see.
What if it's the... Yeah, I was like trying to figure out what the number meant, but I believe one of the players, it's the same like 4 numbers at the end of one of the players' names. I'm pretty sure that's what's going on, and it's not like code for something. It could be code for something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what that one could be. Maybe I'm just not tapped in enough with what the kids are saying nowadays.
Me neither.
So we'll see.
We'll see.
So
yeah.
This is the next matchup that we're gonna have. Do we have information on? Okay, we don't have any information yet. Okay. We have information on where it will be Groudon, and Chud is gonna be first picking. So, gonna be setting us up for some success.
And I did actually have some maybe insider information. Is that F8D6 normally plays tank, very good Trevenant player. Some accuse him of being a one-trick Trevenant. They're playing jungle today, so they said they were going to win.
So Trev jungle, I guess.
Watch him play Trev jungle.
I guess that's what it means. I guess it means we'll see Trev jungle for the first time ever on Underdunk and potentially ever at all. I guess. I don't know.
I don't think we're going anywhere. Are we going anywhere? I don't know. We might. Who knows? Who knows?
Nah.
We are going to be starting.
We're going to Redacted after this. That's where we're headed.
Redacted. Yeah.
That's where we're headed.
We're totally headed to Redacted. But we are actually heading into the ban pick phase for game number 1 of our round number 2. And we'll see what Pokemon are going to be slotted in the ban phase. And Skeleton Pie certainly doesn't like Greninja right now. I could see that being a very valid first pick.
Yeah, that's interesting, though. I mean, Greninja, it's tough to play against. It did get some recent buffs, and it's just annoying. Like I was saying earlier before we started, like, people are going to play Greninja and Decidueye and Cinderace no matter what, so it's just better if they're bad, in my opinion. So at least when I'm playing against them, it doesn't have to suck for me. We do have Mega Lucario also being banned, Psyduck being...
I think you probably want to ban maybe Blastoise, maybe Charizard Y. They are hovering that Blastoise. Actually, they are going to just immediately select the Blastoise, so don't even have to ponder upon it any further. Blastoise not getting picked here by either squad.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing these Pokemon being banned that we saw in the last set getting picked up, so it just kind of shows how good so many Pokemon are in the meta that they deserve to be banned. I think we saw every single one of these Pokemon played last time except for Greninja, but it does leave a lot open to be potential first picks, and, you know, we saw Latios previously, we've seen Surfetch get banned, and that is going to be what's being picked up here. Surfetch is your first pick choice.
Surfetchington the third. I mean, Surfetch had an incredible win rate last week at Underdunk 73. I just almost went backwards and said 37. That would have been like a couple of years ago at this point. But it performed quite well. I think it was like a 70-something% win rate. I have to go back to the stats screen, but not 1,000% sure. But it worked really well. We'll see if it works here as a first pick option for Chud.
We have Vaporeon here, pretty solid. Blaziken is always just a good pick, no matter what they do to it. Blaziken is just a very good and comfortable pick. We do have Cinderace getting picked up, so no Greninja on the board. Instead, we're going to settle on one of the other auto attackers, the Cinderace, and then we do have Crustle getting locked in with that Vanguard Bell, so a little bit of a tankier option of that Crustle. Leafeon as well, love into a Cinderace, but if it is faint, then the Cinderace can dodge an entire Emerald 2-step. It's just about timing, and we'll see if F8D6 has that timing down as a jungler rather than a Trevenant.
One of my favorite Pokemon to play too is that Cinderace, and you can always. I'm a faint believer. I think it's the best moveset for it. Obviously, Flame Charge is nice. You get that extra dash, but I think the iframes, especially into a speedster, quite valuable. Skeleton Pie gonna lock in that Mew, so we have 2 attackers here for Chud. One will likely go into that central area. I imagine it's gonna be the Mew on the bottom path, but you could probably see it on the top path depending on how they want to set up their game.
Yeah, it's a very interesting composition here for both squads, but it looks like we are going to be getting this Ceruledge locked in. So interesting comp for Dynasty, whatever we're going with here, Dynasty, because there's just Vaporeon, but no other defender or supporter Pokemon, which to me indicates that we're going to see Mewtwo Y kind of slotted into that supporter role, but we could also just see 4 carries just going for it here, not having to worry too much about supporters and defenders. It's interesting for sure. We'll see how it goes.
We'll see. Yeah, Ceruledge, I think, is really strong. I mean, we've seen this quite a bit in the last, 3 weeks. I think it's one of the better all-rounders. Obviously, you have 2 on the side of Dynasty. I don't even know how I want to say it. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm probably just going to continue saying Dynasty because that's what I see when I look at it. But yeah, so interesting composition, I would say, for Dynasty, because just the Vaporeon, that's going to be really their only sense of front line. But if Blaziken can get online here, then that could also be a frontline option.
Let's get into game number 1 of our round 2 action. Chud going to be on your purple side. Dynasty going to be on your orange side. They are sending that Mew down towards that bottom path, and it'll be that Score Bunny in the central area for Chud.
Yeah, and so the Score Bunny, you need to get it to level 7. It's got to be a Cinderace as fast as possible. Honestly, it needs level 13 as fast as possible because it really comes online later. We already have a KO in the top path. In the bottom path, Dynasty taking a lot of damage as well. Those Electro Balls from Twink Mew down here already doing some heavy damage.
We'll certainly see. Yeah, you got to get some last hits here so that Leafeon can get online.
Some last what? Some last hits or some last hits? Because it could be either.
It could be either. Certainly. Farfetch, still not a Surfetch. We'll get there with that level 5. Torchic trying to get a little bit of last hits. As well. Because they want to get to the bowling.
Well, we'll see. Still 0-0. No stacks have gone in, but the Bird's getting ready to hit the map. Everybody from Dynasty making their way up to the top path, trying to make this a 4-on-3.
And here comes Leafeon. Oh, gets Mime immediately. Big confusion there. Stuns out a couple. Opens the door for Chud to at least put on some damage. Now it's going to be that Raboot able to take down that Mewtwo Y. So Chud actually getting some value.
Interesting positioning there from Dynasty. I think that they were scared of the Mr. Mime because Cinderace chased a little bit further than I would anticipate a reboot going this early on to get that KO on the Mewtwo, and nobody came to try to punish that reboot. I think that just the looming the concern that there would be a confusion that comes out of nowhere and hits you kind of kept them at bay. We see it again here. Confusion is out. Mewtwo Y goes down again. Focus Band pops to the Torchic, not able to get the Mime KO'd here. Another confusion getting lined up. Doesn't hit the light screen. The Combusken does not take down the Mime, but they are in a lot of danger. Finally, they will go down to a Phantom Force.
Ceruledge definitely saw the vision, had to get some value, had to get a little bit of revenge for its fallen brethren. Regidrago now getting chipped by both of the Pokemon, both the Speedster and the All-Rounder for Dynasty. Now it's going to be the Cinderace putting a little bit of damage. Mew getting caught between a hard place. Crustle trying to get that last hit. Can they do it? No! Leafeon securing it for Dynasty.
Yeah, Crustle a little bit far forward, comes in with an X-Scissor. They know they're going to go down here regardless. So they will go down there. We did see Cinderace also get a KO there. I believe it was on that Vaporeon in the bottom path. So everybody from Chud now down here. Mewtwo Y very, very far forward. I think maybe they were Mega Evolved a second ago, and that's why they were so far forward. But they will be able to get out. Now it's 4v5 in this bottom path while Surfetch stays up in the top to make sure they get their stacks.
Basement objective is that Regieleki. Cinderace is faint here, so gonna damage a couple Pokemon heavily. Blaziken in that tall grass charges up an overheat, damages a couple. Three-person X-Scissor for the Crustle, doing a lot of lifting.
Feint.
Oh, the feint is perfect for this Ceruledge, who just barely didn't get that Cinderace. Well done from FAD6.
Wow, Trevenant one trick who perfectly timed feint there to avoid the Revenant Ren from the Ceruledge, and now Regieleki will walk towards that tier 1 goal zone. Leafeon doesn't even have a Unite move available just yet. No Emerald 2-step for them, and now some math is going to be done here. Was that math?
Yeah, it was good math.
Okay, yeah, 1 point and then 30 points. I thought it was just the 1 point for a second. And 159 now to a 0 points. So I would imagine that at least Blaziken is stacking. But after that KO from Sirfetch'd onto the Torchic early, they have not been able to do anything to get stacks in. So definitely a huge advantage here for Chud7104. Sounds like a Reddit username.
It does kind of, right? Mewtwo Y very low here. Gonna have to hold that. I think, is that a barrier, Mewtwo Y? It's not something you see every day. Here comes, oh my goodness.
Oh.
Sirfetch'd just went, they went in a straight line. More lines, more better, but immediately responded to from that Leafeon. Gets a couple KOs, and now Leafeon, they are gonna work their attack way. Instead, actually good response from Crustle and Mime to put a stop to that.
Yeah, I mean, great Emerald 2-step from the Leafeon. Suddenly they're at level 11, highest in the game after that 3 KO streak. So definitely the comeback that Dynasty needs there. But that being said, I mean, the Mew stole away that objective, so they weren't able to get the experience off of that. Crustle now trying to stop Vaporeon in this bottom path. Blaziken will make quick work of that Mew, but here comes the Cinderace, and they've got their level 11's first upgraded move is now available. They've got an upgraded Pyro Ball here. You're going to try to feint away some of this damage. Here comes the Ceruledge once again. They do have a Revenant Rend available, but they got to be scared this time to use it because you don't want the Cinderace to use feint and feint that damage away.
Oh, there is that Revenant Rend. They are able to slice through that poor bunny. T1 defense is still on here for Chud. They're going to try to hold the door. Mime says it's showtime. Takes out the Ceruledge. Also able to interrupt the Vaporeon. Blaziken caught in the Speed Flux zone in a blender. Mew gets the KO with an E-Ball. Vaporeon gets the safety.
Yeah, great Unite move there from the Mr. Mime as well. You do have Leafeon in the top path now stacking up a little bit. So now trying to come back into this game. Regieleki getting chipped very low. Vaporeon and Mewtwo heavily zoned out by that Crustle. Fantastic use of their Unite move there for a little bit of extra time on that stun. And now Regieleki will walk towards that tier 2 goal zone. Not sure if I like this push, especially when you've got a Leafeon coming back. Big Unite move, Infinite Cyber. Not sure how they're going to be able to get this one in. I don't know why we're pushing it at all here, but we will see a big KO on the Ceruledge.
Get the Ceruledge. We also get the Vaporeon. It's actually turning quite around here. Cinderace is going to help clear the path, and Regieleki finds its home in that T2 goal zone that is no longer standing a triple KO, and Chud breaks that one open.
I was so of the mindset that Chud's not winning that fight, especially with the Unite move economy. What confusion there. As soon as the teleport hits, the confusion immediately hits them backwards into the wall. That was just really funny timing. We do have a Regirock up at that top path, 298 to 51. Should easily be able to go over to this Blaziken, but it looks like Chud's sending a couple members of their squad up here to see if they can steal it away.
Already down to half. Regirock up here. Sirfetch'd. Now trying to frontline. Big Solar Beam's going to connect, but Dynasty able to steal away the rock just in time. It's going to be that Leafeon. Chud looking to advance forward. Leafeon on the prowl. Feints up. Going to take out the Mime. Pyro Ball misses the mark, and Leafeon able to get another double KO. Sirfetch'd able to take a counter and take down that Ceruledge. Mewtwo Y gonna push towards this Crustle. Blaziken trying to get into the mix. They do. Sirfetch'd back to the T1. Blaziken ejects through. Gonna try to push the Sirfetch'd away. Overheats, charged up. Doesn't hit him though. Blaziken back to the Pokemon Center. Sirfetch'd getting a double.
I don't know if you saw that, but the Mewtwo Y was trying to score, and they Mega Evolved and lost all their AO's energy instead. So they were like stood on goal. They like stood on goal for a second, like, wait, what happened? And they were Mega Evolved. They did end up getting taken down there, but funny interaction with the game with Mega Pokemon. They will use their AO's energy in interesting ways. But yeah, that was That was fun. But yeah, so Chud ends up winning that fight there. I think that the biggest threat is going to be this Leafeon. They have a Unite move. They can get Cinderace. Game could be over. You have a back cap going on, but here comes the Infinite Cyber. Great connection there.
Yeah, but Cinderace was able to avoid the Revenant Red.
Wow.
There's another feint there. They take one down. They take 3 down before going down themselves. That's the only KO found for Dynasty. Now this Vaporeon is going to have to try to go through this tall grass. Here comes Ceruledge on the backside, already down to half. Mucidado is going to connect on that Vaporeon. Crustle trying to zone them out. 129, 298 right now. Chud still in the driver's seat here. They don't have to do much.
Yeah, they don't need this at all. And at this point, we do see that Dynasty is back up. They don't have any Unite moves available. No Unite moves at all from either side. But here comes the Blaziken. Big eject button into the Mew. The Mew will be able to run away for the time being. But no, they were caught out pretty badly. We do see Vaporeon go down. But suddenly, this fight, the tables are turning. Never mind, the Cinderace is here as well. It's 2 down for either side, Kyle.
Blaziken down to 1 HP. Gonna have to go back to base. Leafeon does not have a Unite move. Still, massive lead here for Chud. 50 seconds remain. They're going to try to reset. Surfetch will be back in 10 seconds. Crustle, it's Deloan still just trying to grab some vision for the squad as Blaziken enters through that Flux Zone.
Get the Ceruledge up in the top path as well. We do now have an Emerald 2-step. And we have a Surfetch Unite move, but it's not going to be up just yet. Here comes Vaporeon. Huge engagement there into the Ceruledge, and everybody's got to back out. But Groudon is now getting chipped by Dynasty.
Cinderace down. Groudon now at half. 2 members down for Chud. Dynasty has to work pretty fast here. Surfetch looking to 1v1 this Leafeon. Groudon dangerously low. Surfetch steals it. Chud should be able to take this one.
What with the Unite move as well, and here comes the GG 3 KO streak to end it out. What a Surfetch play. I think we're seeing now exactly why that Surfetch has been highly prioritized.
Holy, yeah, Surfetch was just kind of brawling and battling for a very long extended fight. I really like Dynasty's play there, though. I mean, they eventually got that Cinderace. I mean, they used a ton of resources to try to take it down. Unfortunately, you still had to deal with fall on that Surfetch. 12 KOs, 12 assists, and a huge Groudon secure.
Yeah, what a game there. I think that, there's a lot of dangerous moments when you get to certain points in the game, and one of them is the refight at the end of the game. Like when you have to refight and nobody has any Unite moves and your team has kind of won but you're kind of on low HP, that's a really dangerous position to be in, because then you have teams like Dynasty kind of come back and find their way in to pick up a couple KOs. But great playing there from Foul and FAD6 too. They were able to pick up another couple of KOs. But I think that the Leafeon was really the kicker for Dynasty, because they were able to target down that Cinderace the entire time. And the Cinderace kind of had 2 huge Pokemon that they needed to watch out for on that Ceruledge and the Leafeon. And 2 things you have to save a Feint for. Feint has a long cooldown. You're gonna hit one of them.
Yeah, I mean, I love seeing the Feint. I wish more people would be Feint believers. I think we're starting to see a little bit more of it in the more recent months. But normally when we would see Cinderaces in like UCS, there were a lot of flame charge. But I mean, when you have speedsters, when you have Pokemon that have really big burst damage like that Leafeon, Feint is so great, especially even not just the Feint, into the Leafeon, but also that Revenant Red. You saw it a couple of different times, the Revenant Red, Phantom Force. There's just so many tools. I really like that play. I would like to see it again. And then add a Shedinja doll on it too, while you're at it.
Yeah, Kyle and your leftovers and your Shedinja doll propaganda. It's crazy. Kyle's dream is to see a leftovers Shedinja doll play, and that's my worst nightmare. Actually, that's not my worst nightmare. My worst nightmare is Top Path Blastoise. And Buzzwole. God, I hate Buzzwole so much. Buzzwole's so bad.
I know you hate
Buzzwole.
Yeah.
I hate him. Anyway, Dynasty has they had a really good game number 1. I think they could definitely bring it back in game number 2. I'm not sure about the composition. I didn't like it. I didn't like that we had kind of one frontliner and then everyone else was kind of fighting for experience, so that it made the Mewtwo Y such a non-factor. They had a great engagement there with the Infinite Cyburn right at the start of that Groudon fight, but then just it was not enough. There was not enough that needed to be done with it. I think if you're picking an auto attacker that goes up against Cinderace, it's got to be an auto attacker. You need something else to slot into that supporter role. And I don't like when you have a ton of carries, especially high experience guzzling carries, that they all need a bunch of last hits at the same time. Yeah, I didn't like it. So I think they need to rethink that strategy a little bit.
We shall see. We shall see. We have a little bit of information, I believe. We are going to see in our next game. We are going to see Dynasty on that first pick side. We are going to see Groudon once again. That is going to be Chud's selection. So a little bit on different sides here. Same map, though.
Yeah, all right, so still Groudon and then changing sides. So we do have an opportunity here for Dynasty to kind of lead the charge on what they want this draft to look like. I wonder what bans we'll see, because there were a lot of Pokemon that were picked in this match that could potentially be banned this time. I don't know what I was trying to get at there. I was like, I don't know why I drew out that sentence so much, but
you know.
All right, yeah. Blastoise, Greninja, yep.
Blastoise, Greninja. Yeah, I mean, I think these both make sense. Alchemy, though, not something you see a ton of bans on. I'm interested if that means that Dynasty wants to... I'm not sure why we're banning Alchemy. Like, who's playing Alchemy? And, like, what are you trying to play into? You know? What does Alchemy counter? Huh.
I don't know. Maybe they just want to force out specific bans from Chuds that they have a lot of first pick options, but then that means, you know, if you have Megachar and Psyduck being banned on the other side, you know, you've got Mimikyu as a potential option, you've got other stuff, and now I can't remember anything that exists in this game. You know, you've got a lot of supports, Vaporeon again. Instead, we're going to see the Surfetch'd come out, so stolen away this time from Chud.
Stolen away. Yeah, I love the Surfetch. It looked fantastic in game number 1 for Chud. This Mr. Mime, though, you don't see a ton of Mr. Mime. I think this Pokemon is super fun. I love the choice specs on it, you know, specifically for the early game and the last hitting ability on that. It pretty much is always up with those choice specs. And Mega Lucario, what else can you say? This is an incredible Pokemon, and you know, I think it's in pretty good hands with Fall.
Then we've got the Blissey coming out, so this time we are seeing a more classic support Pokemon. Mewtwo Y going to be picked. Chat says that Alchemy is a popular ban in LATAM right now, so just throwing one of the supports off the list, but you know, you can't do it. But we are seeing the Cinderace come back here for FAD6. It's also possible that Alchemy could be good with a Cinderace or something that they were running previously, but we are going to see Umbreon picked up, so either Mean Look or Foul Play is really strong here. Considering a Metagross not going to do it, I don't know. A Metagross could honestly be decent here with Mime and Mega Lucario, but definitely still not my favorite pick. I'd rather see something like a Blaziken, but we are going to see the Metagross being locked in. That does mean that if we do see Chud go for another all-rounder, then that could be dangerous, but it doesn't look like they're considering that. They're probably going to lock in a double attacker build again.
Yeah, I mean, the Miraidon, I love this Pokemon. I actually kind of love Miraidon into this Metagross. It's going to be able to chip it down quite a bit, and I don't know. I think, you know, when you have kind of like this bulky composition, it works really well, and it's also going to kind of outrange this Mewtwo Y, which is their really only ranged Pokemon.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Mewtwo Y did not look great in the previous match. And now that we have Miraidon, we just have so much Shred. I think that they're just kind of hoping that this Metagross can be tanky enough in that front line that this, what's its name? Surfetch. Geez, it's only 9 p.m. Surfetchington is here and queer and ready to go. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that's exactly what you're going to say. But yeah, we got game 2. Chud going to be in the driver's seat here, up 1-0. Dynasty certainly wants to even up this series, make it a 3rd game. And I think Chud, I mean, this Cinderace looked really good in game number 1. I'm excited to see what it does in game 2.
Yeah, it was great. I think that, there's not as many things that you're going to want to completely avoid with Fate this time. So I think last time was more dangerous, but we'll see what they do.
Game number 2, Chud going to be on your orange side this time. Dynasty going to be on your purple side. This Mamoswine, actually the Swinub, immediately traversing the map, heading for an invade.
Yeah, I like a Mamoswine in Fade. It's tanky early. It's got stuns with every single move that it has, and Scorbunny is not great. So it's basically like trying to lane a Scorbunny. It will also be able to get the secure of that blue buff, and it's going to start chipping down this Swinub in its own central area. But that Swinub can last a long time, and it might even be able to outlast the Cinderace.
Oh, nice little dance moves there for Cinderace, and very wise of this Swinub to hide in the tall grass because it cannot be targeted by an auto attacker. So I like that. They're waiting out this Scorbunny. They're actually gonna, avoid the buff and go for this Baltoy, and they're gonna earn it.
Yeah, they're just going to take it. Cinder doesn't want to engage any further. They're just going to walk away. But now they don't have their level 5s. This is a great start here for Dynasty. They're not able to get any points in so far, but they are going to be able to now. We do see the Blissey and the Piloswine, or he's still what's his name? Swinub. He's still a Swinub, not able to get up there just yet.
And they're going to continue pushing forward a little bit here for Chud. Actually, I did not change. Look at me. There we go. I didn't even put the bands in. I was too focused on things.
Oh, too locked in.
I was too locked in.
6-2-6. Right now, I'll let you put in those bands, and I'll yap for a second. That's my thing. We do see this Mewtwo Y has reached that level 5, and it has Mega Evolved, so it is going to be able to try to push off this Miraidon, and here comes this Piloswine down into the bottom path, pushing both sides off for now. Surfetched with a Safeguard Blissey Pocket. I think that's a thing of nightmares.
Yeah, Blissey is very strong right now, so I don't blame them for backing up a little bit. Matang now going to join the rest of the squad in this central area for this Regidrago, already at half, looking for a secure. Miraidon holding that charge beam, going to have to reset it. Not going to go. The Gyro Ball going to be the secure tool of choice in Dynasty, able to take that for themselves.
And the Cinderace does get taken down off screen by the Matang. They chase them into their own central area. So great start here for Dynasty, getting in a ton of points down to this bottom path. 30 for that Matang as well. And nearing that level 9 for this Pokemon. It's going to be pretty tanky and difficult to deal with, especially if you're not close to its level.
5 points in for this Metagross, met by a mean look, and now going to get converged on by this Miraidon. Gonna sidestep that enhanced charge beam, get away to safety for the time being. Good peel from this Piloswine, along with the Mewtwo. Cinderace in hot pursuit, gonna be able to take out that Piloswine, and now it's gonna be Chud on the offensive for this Regieleki.
And we do have a Wish Mean Look Umbreon, so full supporting Umbreon. Just trying to frontline a little bit for the squad. Nobody is going to be able to get in there. The Matang is going to get trapped in the Mean Look, but it does have a level 9. So if we do see this Regieleki being pushed here, and we do see the Compute and Crush come out, huge engagement traps too, and the Bliss Assist as well will easily be able to take down the Cinderace, but can Dynasty continue the push?
They're trying to, but Chud had a good response down in the bottom T1, so Dynasty gonna back off. But Regieleki walks into that T1. We'll see if Chud wants to advance, while the Surfetch was actually able to take away that top Reggie. It looked like it was a Regirock, all by their lonesome.
Yeah, I mean, they're like a very classic all-rounder top path Pokemon where they just kind of stay up there and get some experience for as long as they can, make sure they're completely stacked up. And now they have their level 9. They're ready to join the fight. They're going to see Cinderace in that central area and start moving forward. They do have a Unite move available, so if Dynasty does want to go for a push here, then we could see them do it. They are kind of walking toward that tier 2 goal zone. Instead, they're just going to make sure they have their positional advantage and, mostly walk. Actually, they're going to walk through the central area here of Chud.
A lot of points going in for Chud, actually. 27 from the Lucario. Another 5, and then a 37-point. Good counter push, though. That's going to be a 39-point overcap for Dynasty on that T1 on the top side. Lucario staying on the left side of your map just to work that attack weight. Surfetch going to stay on the right side map for this Umbreon. Going to dash in, but get pushed away from the Mime. Eventually, 2 Pokemon required to take down that Umbreon.
Yeah, I mean, I think they thought that Umbreon would be an easy pick. No Unite moves were used, but it ended up not being. And now Mamoswine getting caught here has to use a Unite move. Everybody's going to back up, but Cinderace goes down very quickly. Mamoswine to follow, followed by the Surfetch. Couldn't even do anything. I don't know why we're pushing there, but huge stand from Chud.
Big stand, and they get 3 KOs, and now the Blissey Metagross is going to have to retreat. Regieleki down on the bottom path. Here comes the Compute and Crush, going to set up the walls. Miraidon going to try to go in. Blissful Assistance takes out that Umbreon. Miraidon down as well, and now it's Dynasty back on the offensive. Here comes Cinderace. Pyro Ball is going to start raining in. Double KO from the Lucario. Mr. Mime's going to suss out where that Metagross was, and they're going to find the KO. Actually, Cinderace able to get credit for that. Mewtwo going in, blocked off by a barrier, and Chud going to reset.
Lucario living that was crazy too. They were in the mega form, and then they used the close combat to make sure they got enough health to be able to escape the Surfetch, and they couldn't catch up. So they did have a detect, but they weren't. It wasn't a far enough range to be able to get the Lucario. There's just a lot of mobility with that all-rounder. But Dynasty will get the Regieleki, and it will push toward that tier 2 that they want so bad apparently. And Lucario now up at the top path, just making sure that they're clearing experience. And Chud is going to be able to easily defend this objective, but there is another objective in the top pass. We do see Regidrago taken the central area, but Regirock is up here, likely to also be taken by Dynasty.
I like this play by Mime as well, just hanging out on that jump pad just to see exactly where Dynasty wanted to go. Instead, Mime just kind of getting vision for the team, going to be prepared to go wherever they want to go. Looks like Chud actually lets that walk in, knowing that they were there to push. They had this opportunity to push this T1 goal zone, and that's going to actually put them in a very close proximity to Dynasty.
Yeah, but look.
Nice little eject. Yeah, eject from the Mamoswine, but Mamo gets caught.
Mamo gets caught, but Surfetch does score 40 off of that Regieleki that they let go. Wait, it comes in from the backside. Huge Unite move from them. Don't even know what it's called. Don't even care. They will take down the Umbreon and forces Chud to back up 4 members of Dynasty, now in full control of this match. But Chud hanging on. They do have a lot of points. Under 3 minutes now, teams are going to start gearing up for that final fight.
Like something like about a lunging leak something. I don't know. It's something.
I don't know, something green.
Lunging leak Nova Blast is what it's called. That's too many words. There's too many words now. Too many.
It's Surfetch old. I don't know. It goes in a line.
Yeah.
Sir, what is it? Lunging leak Nova Blast?
Yeah, that's
Nova Blast? Where does
Nova
that come
Blast.
from?
I don't know.
What?
I have no idea.
I don't even know what Nova means. Anyway, Fight Cookie getting off a little bit early. We do see Mamoswine with that early Unite move engagement into the backside. They do pick up the Lucario, and here comes the Infinite Cyber. Doesn't hit anybody, but here's the Commute and Crush, Kyle.
Oh my goodness, we have a lot of Unites getting expended. Lucario in the Mega form, gonna get bullied out, and they are gonna go down. Surfetch gonna find that KO. They're gonna find a couple more. 3 members down for Chud. Mr. Mime and the Miraidon still up. The rest of Dynasty working on this Groudon already at half. Mime is here, though. You have to watch out for that. You also have to watch out for this Miraidon. Unite move down. Looking for a secure Surfetch. It's Dynasty. They do steal it away from Chud, who had an opportunity to steal it away from Dynasty. But Dynasty now making their way towards these goal zones.
I thought for a second that one of those meteors might have had it, but it wasn't at all. Cinderace now trying to fight them off, but I don't think it's going to happen. I think that this is kind of all she wrote for this game, unless Chud can get a couple of picks here and steal a couple more shields. But it doesn't look like Dynasty wants to let that happen. Lucario goes down once again. I feel like this Cinderace was a non-factor in this game. They were level 14 here, but I don't really think they did much of anything this time around. But I really like the pivot here from Dynasty. More of a classic composition. The Mamoswine, the Blissey, they looked great. And, you know, setting up with those 2 all-rounders, definitely an improvement from game number 1.
See if Chud can make one final push here. Stuns into the Mr. Mime. Lunging leak Nova Blast. Ugh, that's flipping mouthful, honestly. 48 points on the backside. It should cause a game 3 here. I don't think there's a whole lot else that Dynasty needs to do. Another, oh my goodness. That Mewtwo Unite move might have just taken out like 3 with that. They take them out. All of them. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this time around, the Mewtwo got a chance to be a factor in this game with the addition of the Blissey, and it really showed just how strong Mewtwo Y is, because it did nothing in game number 1, but this time instead you had the double attacker from the other side, and the Mewtwo Y just looked better than both of them. You know, the Cinderace didn't do much of anything that game, and they were really good at holding them off the entire time.
Good stuff here. Gonna even up the series 1-1. Dynasty 860, Chud 216. Looking at the damage and the KO numbers, yeah, this Surfetched was the contributing factor. 9 KOs, 3 assists, as well as 303 points. That's a lot.
Yeah, that is the guy. Surfetched seems to be a little bit ridiculous right now. And game number 1 on Chud's side ended up, I think, with like 13 KOs this time, with 9 KOs. Like, this thing is really strong. There's ducks all over the place in this meta. We just have to see Cram. We haven't seen it quite yet, but I wonder if it's enough to just ban out the Surfetched like we saw in that first set.
I would at this point, honestly. I think it's too good. Quack. At 71% or something like that last week. I'll be interested to see how it performs this week. We saw it get banned out a few times in our first set, and it's been released here in this set both times, and it's won both times. So I think it's worth a ban. Either team probably should do it.
Yeah, it looks really strong. I mean, you have such a good engagement, and then you pair that with a Bliss assistance, and it felt like really unstoppable in both of those games. Almost 100,000 damage here. Kind of ridiculous for this Pokemon. And the Mewtwo Y, I mean, I think last time it dealt like 22k damage total. And this time, you know, we're seeing just the difference that a strong support core makes, because look, you held the Cinderace down to only 43,000 damage. Just kind of shows like how much more dominant Dynasty was in this game number 2.
Yeah, they look really good, and that fight was really strong. And I love their engage like really early. I think it was even at like 210. Like it was very early. It was aggressive, and they kind of forced Chud to kind of not be able to play their game. They weren't able to set up that Cinderace where they liked. They weren't able to set up Skeleton Pie on that Miraidon exactly where they liked. Miraidon had to go back down towards that T2 on the bottom side, which is not like the worst thing in the world, but they weren't able to contribute and really help that Lucario stay alive. So it ended up working out for High on that Surfetch. Looked honestly like that Pokemon it's silly now. It's at the point in its life cycle where it's silly. It was underpowered when it got released, and now it's silly.
Yeah, it's just a little bit dumb. I never even thought that it was underpowered to begin with.
Yeah,
it's
me
a
neither.
strong choice. It's, you know, it's in such an all-rounder heavy meta, you get one that's a little bit more broken. And I feel like when you keep releasing all-rounders that do some variation of the exact same thing, they have to be like really, really good to see play. And if they are really, really good, then they are like dumb because of how strong the all-rounder meta actually is. So like, yeah, Surfetch does the same thing that all the other all-rounders do, but this one just does it a little bit better right now because it's a little more overtuned. And there is some really interesting outplay with this Pokemon, don't get me wrong. And I do think that it has, you know, the fun move sets. It, like, Detect is a little bit more boring than Brutal Swing, but Detect is like the outplay move, right? Like if you can dodge some damage with it, which can really get you out of a lot of interesting situations if you learn how to time it well.
Yeah, it's kind of like that Faint Cinderace almost, right? Like you're able to kind of dodge those big abilities, and you have to use it, you know, sparingly. Obviously, not like the shortest, you know, cooldown timer on it, but very interesting there. And we have a little bit of information for our next set, or not our next set, our game 3 of this set, our last game of this set. It's gonna be Chud on your first pick side, so they're going to be on that purple side. And Dynasty chose Groudon once again. So this is going to be 3 for 3 Groudon, and the team that had the option to select whichever, they're going to pick that first pick side. So first pick seems very, very priority here, right? I mean,
yeah,
first pick.
Yeah. I mean, I think that Dynasty made a couple of good calls there with their bans last time. We were a little confused as to like what they were deciding with their bans, but it kind of put Chud in a weird position to decide which first pick they want to give them. So we could see something like that again, but this time with Chud in that first pick slot, do we just see the Surfetch being banned out? Do we see ban strategies changing? It really depends on how they want to run this draft.
Yeah, I mean, they picked it first in game number 1, so I think they're pretty happy if they let Dynasty be the one to ban it, and that's exactly what happened. So that's going to be the first ban. So now you got to be a little bit more tactful of, okay, what do we want to try to pick first, and what do we not want to see out of Dynasty? I think this Charizard Y makes a lot of sense. I think maybe Chud's like lining up a Blastoise first pick, maybe a Psyduck first pick here in game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, we could see Psyduck because the other duck being banned, kind of leaves a lot more options. I like this Blissey ban here from Chud because it doesn't let Dynasty do what they wanted to do with other all-rounder options that they might go with. We do have Blastoise as a potential option. We are going to be banning out instead. We're going to target ban here.
Okay.
We're going to take out the Cinderace. So we've got a lot of potential options. Mega Lucario's on the board. We've got Blastoise on the board. Psyduck, Vaporeon. You could take the Mewtwo Y even, but it is going to be that duck.
I like the Psyduck here, but again, yeah, you leave a lot of options open for Dynasty. Like you said, the Blastoise is open. There's just so many options here with these 2-3. I imagine we'll pick the Blastoise. I think that Pokemon's like too strong to just give up. You could also maybe grab an all-rounder here, and yeah, that makes sense. Oh, interesting. Ooh. We are not going Blastoise. We're going to pick up a second pick Wigglytuff.
Okay, Wigglytuff. So trying to counter some potential options that Chud could be picking up. Wiggly is a weird one to pick this early because I feel like it gets countered by stuff. But I mean, they're comfortable with it. They've got Umbreon banned out, so they know that they're not going to be getting an Umbreon. Instead, we're going to see the Mega Lucario pick, so no Blastoise still. SkeletonPie is actually going to take the Inteleon early in the draft. And I like Inteleon to do something like Wiggly because of how long range it is. So if you can poke that Wiggly with a Snipe Shot, then by the time it gets to you, it's not going to have any HP left.
Not only that, but you just want to try to avoid getting cute charmed, right? I mean, that's going to be kind of the name of the game. Like, you don't want to be in the middle of a fight and then immediately get drawn to this Wigglytuff. So Chud's going to have their hands full there. You also have to deal with this Mew from long range. So yeah, I think SkeletonPie will likely go Snipe Shot here. I mean, I could still see Liquidation. I think that move is still really strong, but I love this Mimikyu here from FAD6.
Yeah, I think that the Mimikyu is definitely the call. Still no Blastoise on the board, a non-Blastoise game. I feel like I'm living in a dream right now. But Wiggly, the items make me think this could be rollout, honestly, with the Float Stone on it. But Sail Sing is really good. But I mean, it's got the eject button. Like, I wouldn't be surprised to see a rollout here. Garchomp rounding it out here for Dynasty. So Garchomp going to be able to deal with that Mega Lucario while it's Mega Evolved a little bit more. We'll just see what Mimikyu ends up going with. I imagine we'll see Shadow Sneak to try to get in that backline, but and do some shred with Shadow Claw. But I don't know. It'll be interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of a tough call. I also think, okay, we are switching some of the items on Wigglytuff, so they are having that XP share. We saw it had a Float Stone at one point, I think a spoon. Okay. So we are gonna see that get changed a little bit. I do think though that we will see an invade. I think this Pokemon is like one of those perfect picks for an invade because of that cute charm, because of its decent last hitting, and it's just kind of annoying when it's still a Jigglypuff.
Yeah, I love like playing Wigglytuff because I just run around on less than 1 HP the entire game, and that's just kind of the way that I play. I think this is going to be an interesting one because the compositions are particularly interesting. There's a lot of rip on both sides, so we could see them just looking to, rip and flip objectives. But they also could be looking to rip and flip enemy Pokemon.
Let's get into game number 3 of our Swiss round number 2. We are going to see this Mr. Mime head towards the top path along with that Mega Lucario. It is going to be this Gible solo top path as Dynasty is actually going for a double invade with their supporter class Pokemon Mimikyu. Gonna quickly clear this blue buff away from them.
And Wiggly coming in double invade here. And the Mimikyu will just have to kind of back out and let them, I guess. It's always interesting when you get a double invasion because you just kind of have to let them at a certain point. Mr. Mime comes in to try to help, provide some reinforcements here, but it's going to be a battle for this red buff. Wigglytuff going to try to jump in, but it will be the Mr. Mime that ends up securing it.
Yeah, red buff Mr. Mime, just as Chud drew that one up. And we do have this Combuskin coming towards the top path, level 5 now, going to push that Lucario into the wall. Jigglypuff gets pushed into the Mr. Mime light screen via the confusion. That is going to stun them up, and we do not have an evolution, but we're going to have a 4v3 up here for Dynasty, and that earns them a majority, the lion's share of that Altaria family.
Yeah, Dynasty gonna get a lot of that experience. And I think Chud was just kind of on their back foot to begin with. And now the engagement onto Mr. Mime draws out that eject button. They will have to use Confusion, push back the Gabite. But right now, Dynasty is in a really good spot because they invaded the Mimikyu. The Mimikyu just now taking into level 5, and the Hoopa's going to continue to try to invade here. They do have Hyperspace Hole, so they can easily get out, and it just provides a ton of harassment.
I like the play that Egg did right there, just kind of waiting out them re-teleporting and just immediately with the confusion into the wall. Mega Lucario does get out of a sticky situation. Hoopa with another reset on that hyperspace hole. 8 minutes. That means a Regidrago appears in the central area. It's going to be Mimikyu, Psyduck, as well as Jigglypuff Wigglytuff along with the Hoopa. Starting to damage it a little bit. Mew coming down from the bottom path. E-Ball on to the Psyduck. And this Jigglypuff, the Wigglytuff, gonna sing and zone out the crowd.
Yeah, Wiggly will be able to get a good sing onto that Psyduck, and that easily will be in the hands of Dynasty. So Regidrago going over to them, and Chud just hasn't really been able to find a way in. We've got level 7 on the Blaziken, but Chud has been able to keep up in terms of levels for the most part, but right now they really need to try to find a way in here. 720s hit the map. Huge solar beam there from that Mew, and the Blaziken is just kind of on right now. They can pull all the birds away, and they kept Garchomp up in the top path too so that the Lucario couldn't continue to get online. But that's a good KO for them up there. Yeah. Lucario will be able to pick up the Gabite and finally start stacking up.
A 1v1, 7 points in, like you said, stacks galore with that entire path vacated. Blaziken hiding in the tall grass. Reggie Ice going to be down here for Dynasty, who's already started to chip it down towards half. Yeah, the Psyduck going to try to go for the Hoopa. Here comes the Blaziken engage. Going to hit them with an overheat, but Skeleton Pie going to downtown snipe it up. Huge plays there for Chud.
Now that the snipe shot is online, this is dangerous for Dynasty. They have nothing to get into that backline to stop them. And now suddenly this game has been flipped on its head. Chud moving in. We do have the Mew trying to come in, see if they can get this Mr. Mime, but that's just a lot of stuns coming out of the hands of the Mr. Mime and the Psyduck, and points will start raining in here for Chud.
30 points in. They were going to try to score it, but that would have broke it maybe a touch early. So now you're going to just let this Mimikyu stack up. Allow this Psyduck and Mr. Mime to zone while Mimikyu gets fully stacked up on that attack weight. And that's a great play, a great team win here for Chud.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Dynasty just doing so much to get vision early and really keep that Mimikyu from getting online. And now all of a sudden it's being flipped back on its head as soon as the snipe shots start coming out. Another one here is going to look to zone. Push this Gabite backwards, who's not yet a Garchomp. I loved that the snipe shot was definitely going to hit again, too. Yeah. The evolution there. We do have Mega Lucario now coming up, Regilecki in the top half.
Oh, Mega Lucario, close combat into the Hoopa portal, and Blaziken meets its match. Good play there. Play with me onto the Garchomp just to try to zone it out. And those are some massive KOs. Snipe shot would have connected if not for a mystical Mirage. Mew has to retreat back to that T2 goal zone. Has to watch Chud break that T1. 178-18 now, halfway through.
Now Chud in full control and trying to make their way into Dynasty's central area instead, giving them a taste of their own medicine. But Blaziken is there, and it is dangerous regardless of where you're at. But Snipe Shot hits Wiggly, and, this is kind of what I was talking about earlier. Like, Wiggly is going to be a great frontliner, but if it's getting hit with a Snipe Shot, it has to back up, and then suddenly that threat is dissipated. Couple members into the hyperspace hole. Huge engagement from the Mr. Mime.
Wow.
What a showtime from them. It will be cleansed a bit by that Wiggly, but Dynasty's being pushed out, Kyle.
Perfect Unite move from Wiggly just to keep Dynasty upright for this basement Regirock. Chud gonna set full send on it, already down to half, but here comes Dynasty. Rings are unbound. All 5 members on either team here lining up a Snipe Shot. That one goes towards the Hoopa. Overheat, and the E-Ball is gonna be the secure tools for Dynasty. Great secures, but Garchomp's gonna lose their life.
But look at this Inteleon hitting every single Snipe Shot. Hoopa a little bit too far forward here. They throw down a hyperspace hole, but it's not going to be enough. Double KO streak for the Inteleon, and Mimikyu gets one as well. 36 points trying to go in, but here comes the Wiggly. Big pickup on the Mr. Mime, but here comes the Inteleon with their Unite move. The Azure Spy Vision going to come out. Blaziken very, very low here, and the Mimikyu will have to use Play With Me just to make sure that they don't go down. What a play there from them, but it looks like Dynasty is going to hold on to this defense. What an engagement from the Garchomp! And a double KO back the other way.
Somehow this Lucario has been fighting on 1 HP for half of this fight, and they get away to safety. A Solar Beam not able to connect on Lucario would have been a massive KO for Dynasty, but unable to connect. 3 seconds, we'll have another Regieleki in this top path. Chud is really just going to focus on farming up their experience, get those levels even higher. There's not a whole lot left, though.
Yeah, I mean, Dynasty's gotten a couple of valuable KOs, so they're still in this game. But, I mean, you need that Blaziken at level 13 as soon as you can get it. If you get this Regieleki and you get a couple points in, that's going to be huge for you. But you do have the looming threat of a Lucario with a Power Punch and a Snipe Shot, so they're not going to worry too much about it and going to walk this Regieleki toward that tier 1.
Regieleki going to find its home in that T1. Blaziken has a full pocket that would break it only with a 8-point overcap. Instead, Mew gonna deposit, and that's gonna be a much better 48-point overcap. It's gonna leave Dynasty, maybe still a little bit down here, but look at these levels. They're starting to creep up.
Yeah, right back in this too in terms of points. Less than 100-point lead now for Chud, and they need to make sure that they're maintaining as much of their lead as possible. Level 14 on this Mimikyu, but you do have a level 13 on that Blaziken, and it is a very dangerous late-game Pokemon. Chud just going to go ahead and give up this Registeel on the bottom path. I'm sure they were not hoping that it would end up being the basement Pokemon that boosts the attack and special attack of the enemy composition. So now walking in, Solar Beam to check on that tall grass there. Snipe Shot will find that Wigglytuff, and already a hyperspace hole has to be popped. So Chud knows that they have a second or so to make sure that they are in position.
And Dynasty not going to return through that hole, instead go the long way. But it is sussed out. Once again, Skeleton Pie hitting the Snipe Shot, connects on the Hoopa. Solar Beam connects on a pair. Mimikyu unable to hit that Shadow Sneak, not going to take that one. And Dynasty forced to fight through this top path. Another hyperspace hole is going to go for a reset.
Yeah, just pushed out by this Inteleon, and they can't really do anything to catch it either. Here comes the Wigglytuff, trying to find out where everybody is, but full control over this pit, and Garchomp now has moved so far over to the opposite side that they're going to score here. I believe that's going to put them in the lead. No, just 8 points behind the lead. Wiggly has to use the Unite move. The fight is on, Kyle.
Yeah, it's on. Lucario doesn't even need to Mega Evolve, and they took out the support core and forced out that Unite move from Wiggly. So all for naught here. Dynasty still has every other Unite move on the table. So Chud's actually going to go for this Groudon, or at least start chipping at it. Teams are actually playing very slowly.
Yeah, close battle right now. And the teams are going to know it. And the question is, do you want to go for a rip here? It looks like they do.
Okay, good to look for it. Silicon Pie has to hit it. No, Lucario does get it. Chud gonna secure it and immediately disseminate all of the information that Dynasty was trying to hide. Hoopa goes in through the rings unbound. Chud immediately rips, flips, and gets it. Mega Lucario or the Inteleon could have done it. Lucario, though, the power-up punch. A fantastic tool here for Chud.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to a rip in the end, but take a look at the compositions from both sides. You've got a Snipe Shot, Power Punch, Confusion on one side. You've got an Overheat, and the Mew with either Solar Beam or Electro Ball on the other side. A flip here was definitely something that was imminent, but either either side could have gotten this with a really solid secure move. And I think that the catching that Wiggly was really huge for Chud, because then they know they're not going to get put to sleep in the pit while they're trying to go for a rip. So they may as well just start chipping at it. And it worked out for them. Great playing there from Chud. Great playing from both sides in that 3-game set. 780 to 274, your final score. 6-9 for Mega Lucario, your MVP. What a shock.
Only one KO that entire match for Dynasty, but it
didn't feel like that.
It didn't feel like it. It felt like there was still a lot of damage. I'll be interested to see how much this Mew did. It seemed like the Mew was chunking through these HP bars, so they just couldn't find, the KOs, and actually not a ton of damage all around.
Yeah, I mean, you saw a lot of damage from the Inteleon. That's because they hit all those snipe shots, which is something only a twink could do. So shout out to Skeleton Pie on that one. So 90k damage there, but otherwise not a ton of damage across the board. And that's just kind of because there was like fighting, but it wasn't long lasting, drawn out fights. It was more just like, oh, I'm going to go in and then I'm going to back out. And then I'm going in and then I'll back out. So we didn't see a ton of damage, but I think like it didn't feel like Chud was that far in the lead the entire time. I think that even if Dynasty were to get that secure, they definitely still could have won that game.
They really could. It was
in the
really
middle
close.
Of stretching, wasn't expecting it. Hey guys,
hi, I'll stretch with you. It hurts because I got a tetanus shot yesterday, so my arm hurts. So it hurts to do that. Yeah, that way I don't get lockjaw.
Oh, I don't know if you guys. I got this. What is it? Where is it? It's tattoo. It's a moon. I got it like last month or so.
Huge.
Yeah. And I saw it on my own arm when I was doing this, and I got a little bit scared, and I was like, what's on me? And it's the tattoo that I got on purpose. So that's always nice.
Yeah. I always forget I have some sometimes. I'm like, oh, that's my arm. That's fine. We're fine.
Dude, I have one on my shoulder. And so because I don't see it all the time, like most of my tattoos are not in my vision, but I would like sometimes look in the mirror and I would like jump a little bit. I'm like, oh my god, what's on me? And then I would like forget that it's like a tattoo, because most of them are not in my vision. I have like a good amount of tattoos, but none of them are like able to be seen all the time. Anyway, so this has been a change with this little one on my wrist, because like I see it all the time. So it turns out if I'm still getting scared of it, I'm just kind of stupid.
Alrighty. Well, that is going to be it for Husky. Husky, any final thoughts?
Forever.
Forever. Oh, no. You're not allowed to leave me. You're not.
Hus canceled.
Hus canceled.
All right. I'll still be here watching. I'm on spring break, so I don't have to like go to bed as urgently this time. But I'm just gonna be watching, hanging out. I'll see you guys on Saturday for the off broadcast UCS matches. So make sure that you're back here for that. I will be doing all of those. That's it.
Yeah, come back here. Stay tuned. We got Hyde coming in for the next 2 sets along with myself, so I'll be here. And yeah, follow Husky on all the things and do all the stuff. We'll see y'all Saturday. She'll see you Saturday. I'll see you in a couple of minutes. So don't go too far, trainers. We got round 3 coming up. All right, welcome back, trainers. We're going to pop right into draft. This is going to be round number 3, and we're going to see Holy's second dad along with CC Yellow. And already we're getting some of the bans. Umbreon, Psyduck, as well as Charizard and Sirfetch'd.
Man, I'm gonna tell you right now, Kyle. Like, I'm not surprised Sirfetch'd hit. After watching that last set, Sirfetch'd needed to be hit. Bro was getting away with way too much. So I'm glad to see CC Yellow is like, all right, it's gone, it's cooked, it's out of here, and we're taking out Mega Lucario and Blastoise to join them.
Yeah, a lot of the familiar foes up in that top part of our screen. But there are still, like, quite a few Pokemon that can be picked up here. Like, the Blissey was really powerful, actually earning a ban in that 3rd game of our last set. So I'm not super surprised. I think with a lot of all-rounders doing quite well, I think Blissey is kind of like that perfect Pokemon that's, you know, able to enable some of them.
Absolutely. That Bliss Assist is one of the most busted Unite moves in this game. And already we're saying, all right, you know what? Bliss Assist is on their side. We're going to take away the Garchomp. That's a great Pokemon to pair it with. You know, that could be a Pokemon that we've already seen tonight that they could pick up. So Garchomp going to be locked in with the Crustle, a nasty walling combo. But Young Oblivion going to be locking in Baby Lucario along with the Mew.
Yeah, Mew. I think Watermelon is very proficient on this Pokemon. Saw them utilize it, I think, quite a bit during the Big Uzi tournament. And it's just a Pokemon that's just generally, you know, a pretty strong pick in really whatever meta, because it has so many different options for its abilities. And yeah, I like it a lot. And Ago's actually going to be picking up this Alchemy. Alchemy was banned in a game in our previous set, so I'm actually really excited to see this Pokemon in action.
Yeah, Alchemy, again, one of the most broken healing moves in the game there. So we got the most broken Unite move against the most broken healing. So this could be a battle of the supports of the century coming in, Kyle, there. But 9-card bringing in the Cinderace. Throws that patch note. Cinderace stock shot up. And Yohim going to be bringing in the Buzzwole to pair with it.
Ooh, Buzzwole. Very strong pick, but CCL does have, you know, that gutter pick position. So they have a few options that they can do to kind of counter this Buzzwole. And they didn't have any range, so they are going to be picking up this Decidueye. We've seen quite a bit of Spirit Shackle lately. I don't think this would be a Razor Leaf angle. I mean, it's always possible, but I think with the Blissey on the other side, you probably just go with that more standard Spirit Shackle, since they don't really have a speedster on the left side of your map.
Yeah, I mean, you got free snipes for days there. I mean, Lucario might be the only thing that could get into the back line there, because this is regular Lucario, so it's not locked into top and into close combat. You do have the option to go into that Bone Rush, into that Extreme Speed, and Extreme Speed is great for getting into the back line. So that's about the only thing that Umbreon has to worry about for the side of a Holy Second Dad there. But we'll see what's going to happen here coming into the game number 1.
I do love this Alchemy too. I know we talked about it briefly, and I think it's like a really powerful Pokemon. So yeah, I'm excited to see this Pokemon in action. I think the Unite move's really great. I love Sweet Scent on it too. I think there are a lot of options. I think Alchemy has like one of the, you know, most like complex kits from a supporter, in the sense that I think all the movesets can be viable, but it depends on the composition.
It absolutely does, Kyle, because that, like you said, Alchemy is so good. It got that Sweet Scent in there that's able to actually has a strong secure. But I mean, listen, that we could see, I doubt we will, but we could see a little bit of razzle, a little bit of dazzle coming up from the Alchemy with that Decorate into that Dazzling Gleam. There's such a strong combo with the double stuns there off that Decorate. So that is a strong thing, but I do think that's going to go Heals. Heals pair so well into a massive brawly up in your face Pokemon like Garchomp.
Let's get into, well, nope, let's not get into game 1. We do have a pause, so likely a disconnect. So we'll have a little bit more time while these players get into the game or get lobbied up. I'll take a peek to see if we need like an actual reset. I hadn't checked Discord. It was just a game crash. So yeah, we're just waiting for these teams to get logged back in.
Listen, that's not a problem there, because again, we get to talk about this Meowth there as well, Kyle. That is such a huge Pokemon that you have to deal with there. That is a point and click speedster that does a lot of damage, that has good stuns. And right now, that Cinderace a point and click speedster onto a Pokemon like Cinderace. Doesn't matter if you're going Blaze Kick, doesn't matter if you're going Faint. The point is that Meowth has gotten on top of you now, and it's ready to do some damage. You might have dodged its one first move there, but coming up with the follow-up, coming in with the basic strikes, I think that Cinderace has got to be incredibly careful around that Meowth.
Has to be really careful. I think also this will likely be a feint angle for them, giving them some extra iframes to try to avoid some of that damage from Meowth. I think feint is just so good when there's an enemy speedster, really any sort of big burst damage that's going to be coming at you. They could also feint some of these spirit shackles that are going to be coming from this Decidueye. So a well-timed feint can really turn the tables of a fight, especially if you miss a big ability. Maybe you miss a Unite move. There's just a lot of things that can go wrong if you don't wait out the feint if you're CC Yellow.
Absolutely, but CC Yellow also has a lot of things to be able to bait that out. The crustal walls with those rock tombs, that is an issue that Cinderace could run into. Fate can help dodge it out, get over that wall a little bit, but that's not necessarily what you want to run. It could be the bait, could be the feint, it could be its own feint as the Meowth is looking to flank to climb on top of it. But again, Lucario going to be searching for that Decidueye. Could be an E-Speed Lucario. I'm expecting it to be one because my goodness, is that Pokemon. I don't think E-Speed has ever really died out. Mega Lucario is just so oppressive, but when you take it off the board, I think E-Speed just really takes the cake.
I think it was also running a full heal on the Lucario, so usually when you see a full heal, usually extreme speed, follows that, and usually eject button, usually then your power punch close combat. But yeah, I imagine that we're gonna go E-Speed here. I think it would work really well, especially if teams are gonna be grouped up around that Alchemy. Go E-Speed a couple of targets in succession to keep that chain going. And I guess there's not like a ton of stuns on there. Obviously, you have X-Scissor to worry about from Crustle. Maybe a Sweet Scent to slow you down from Alchemy. Maybe a Dragon Rush combo if that's the way we're going for Garchomp. So there's a few things that could go wrong if you're Lucario. So that full heal is definitely going to be working some double time.
Absolutely. Speaking of double time, CC Yellow has got to really make sure they take this early game hard because they got two triple evolutions on their side. They got the Decidueye, they got the Garchomp. Gibble has a great laning phase there, but listen, that's going to be hard and that's going to be tough. And we're back in the game, folks. So let's see how this Blissey Buzzwole combo does into the top. Never mind, we lied. It was a bait. It was its own feint, so to speak.
No. Not the double pause. Very unfortunate. So maybe we had a second crash or something. We'll have to figure out what's going wrong here. Yeah, very, very unfortunate. Obviously, the game does, do this from time to time. So hopefully things will get resolved pretty expeditiously.
Listen, I'll just tell you right now, the game knew I was coming on air, and they're like, listen, we need more Hyde talk time. So they're giving it here. But look, we're back in.
Okay.
Just the moment I start speaking, the game's like, nope, that wasn't it. Get this guy off.
Third time's the charm. This might be bad. Alchemy still unresponsive in the base for CC Yellow. We'll see if they can get back into this one. This is kind of tough. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what's going on but early on, I mean, even though that happens, CC Yellow's still doing okay in this bottom path.
Absolutely. Rowlet not being that central laner. Again, it doesn't have the strongest gank there, but teams do tend to try to get it right into that level 5. Still a great bot laner there, but Gibble not able to get as much as it had hoped into the top. Buzzwole, very powerful Pokemon to go into. Fell Stinger is just too strong of a final hit for the side of CC Yellow to contend with. We're now 10 seconds out from the 850 bird. Skibble still looking for that level 4.
We do have Milcery now, so we are so back for CC Yellow. It's going to be a 2v3 with Buzzwole lagging shortly behind for Holy Second Dad. Going to go and enter in. Meowth going to have to retreat, getting damaged by the A-press. Oh, Buzzwole went for the grab, but misses the Meowth. But they do get a consolation prize. Blissey gets the Gibble.
Buzzwole still going back in. They find the Milcery. They're taking it down. They get the 2 KO streak for the Blissey. Let's go. one of the most broken secures in Pound, followed up by that egg bomb. I'll tell you right now, this Blissy's putting in the work. They're already going for stacks right here, Kyle, and that's massive as they're able to take down the Meow.
Yeah, the almost got to both berries. They got one of the berries, but the Cinderace, they just really did not want to yield that KO. They go there, and now that earns them this red buff as well. So it's actually Holy's second dad who's completely vacated their own central area for CC Yellows. Going to find another KO as well. And this Cinderace, despite not going back to their jungle, 26 points in should get them their evolution.
Cinderace online, not something you want to see if you're CC Yellow there. You still got a level 3 Milcery on your team, but that is the lowest Pokemon. You got 2 level 3 level 5s, a level 6, so you're not too down there, but with triple 7s, double 6s, you got the full house on the side of Holy's second dad.
Stacks in here for Holy's second dad, and now this Meowth is going down. This extreme speed Lucario is absolutely chunking through these HP bars. Eject button burned from the Mew, and this Lucario is going to have to burn their full heal, but they're actually going straight for the Dark Tricks. Holy!
This is a sign of foreshadowing to what's to come there. Meowth's going to be picking up that Lucario there. Nice grab onto it. Pops an eject to get to it, but boom! Does it go down? Popped like a pinata. We do got that Chaos energy for that Meowth to pick up there. And now it's going to be a struggle with the bot lane as CC Yellow is looking to collapse down there.
9-car going immediately for this Reg Ice, and CC Yellow has not been able to respond. Solar Beam secures. Now Holy's second dad is going to move towards this T1 goal zone. You sit auto onto the Crustle, healed up a little bit. Cinderace going to have to retreat. Now we have the Mew stealing a berry in its Mystical Mirage. Going to get X-scissored from the Crustle. Blissey going to try to get to some heals. There's some eggs for the bunny. And now teams are going to separate.
Already diving in there. We're isolating. We're finding picks right now. Boom. Crustle's taking massive amounts of damage, but the Decidueye is able to get away. Alcremie is laying down the beatdown with auto attacks as a huge hit goes on Lucario with the Spirit Shackle. The Decidueye doing great work, but Buzzwole claims Regieleki, sending it towards the T2 pad as Garchomp is there ready to intercept, clearing those top Indeedis.
Yeah, Garchomp should be able to clear this pretty quickly. It does chunk through, and once those boosted autos get working, it should be able to take that by itself. Regidrago still in the central area. Neither team really putting any priority on it. 1v1 Buzzwole versus this Alchemy. Buzzwole certainly winning this one so far. There we go. Going to use that superpower smackdown combo to also damage this Meowth, who goes down now to the Cinderace. And now it should be Holy's second dad that really has their pick of whatever they want to do, and they want to invade again.
Yeah, they're going to claim each of those buffs there for the side of CC Yellow, and they're going to back right out, except Lucario. They're going straight in. They want to go straight through, but it's going to be Meowth picking up the KO. Massive for them as Blissey claims another stack. Another bit of ult charge coming in as Garchomp claims the KO. Dragon combo coming in. 2 KO streak for the Meowth as CC Yellow's going full force in this T1 pad.
Solar Beam going to connect on a couple, and they're going to try to defend this T1 goal zone. Mystical Mirage out, 40 points in. Here comes Cinderace, got met by a Dragon combo. Here comes Buzzwole to separate the Garchomp, and they do exactly that. Knock, knock, who's there? Damaging this T1 goal zone. X-Scissor is going to hit that Buzzwole, and now we're going to set up some big cake action. Another Solar Beam's going to chunk through, but CC Yellow is pressing forward.
Able to draw Holy's second dad off their T1 pad there. That's a great strategy. They don't have the heals. They don't have the shields. They're able to get taken down, but boom! Lucario claims the Decidueye. They're like, that's it. My job is done. That's all I need to do. Decidueye's gone, and so am I, says Meowth as they look to claim the KO.
Woo! His job wasn't done. Lucario gets the Bliss Assist, gets a double KO, and now Cinderace is going to lower this HP bar, likely for a KO. They do get that one, and now Regirock free for the taking. Holy's second dad should be able to put this in their back pocket.
9-car doing great work onto this Regirock there with Cinderace there, but we're not done yet. Garchomp up in the top side there, looking for the KO, looking for the secure, barely gets it as Buzzwole comes in. The Livid Outrage comes out as Buzzwole's looking to dodge it. Dip and dive, but Regieleki claims the KO!
Oh, that was mean. Regieleki, the 6th member of CC Yellow there. That does allow it to walk into that T1 goal zone. Garchomp got some points in. Now Cinderace is actually gonna make some great moves there, looking like Ronaldo to dodge the dragon combo from the Garchomp.
Yeah, but Garchomp's not done yet. Nice little creamy dollop there to heal it back up. Regieleki's still in the pad. They're 23 in, minus 12. It's only 11 over, but that's not what they care about. It's 183 to 221. They're back on the board, Kyle. They're putting beat down now, beat down. As we have the Cinderace claim the KO onto the Garchomp. Buzzwole claims the KO with the Cinderace taking down the Crustle. Meowth is gone. That's 4 down for CC Yellow. It's Alcremie the Dream on the T2 pad.
Yeah, they're going to have to try to defend this or maybe even just give it up. So actually, Alcremie, I love the play here from Agos, just to not step too far forward. But as I say that, they did step a little far forward. Also earned that Cinderace Unite move. That won't come back by the time Groudon hits or Kyogre hits.
Yeah, it's Kyogre today, folks, right there for game number 1 on this set right here. That is going to be massive there, but we're picking up KO after KO. Decidueye with the 2 KO streak. That's massive here because we're now only 28 seconds away from Kyogre, who's about to hit the map there. And already CC Yellow's chasing down Blissey, looking for a deep position into this pit.
Look at this aggressive positioning from CC Yellow, and they've earned it, right? They found those KOs, and now they have plenty of time to set up in the central area. They're going to lock in Blissey with that Rock Tomb against the wall. So CC Yellow going to play quite aggressively, and Holy Second Dad going to have to kind of scatter throughout, and I don't know, they're going to have to play this very conservatively because you don't want to walk into trouble.
No, not at all, but Kyogre is here, and that means that the game is about to hit the peak of it. CC Yellow's definitely going in as Blissey goes in with the Bliss Assist, claims the Garchomp, taken down. We do get to see the Lucario down low, but no, Alcremie's gone too. Mega Lucario, sorry, that's not Mega Lucario, that's Little Lucario, is now coming out as Crustle's forced to Rubble Rouser, getting the tussling down, and they're not going to be able to do it. Buzzwole comes in, that's 1, that's 2, that's 3, that's 4, down as Meowth this fight Lucario. That means Kyogre is free, and here goes Holy Second Dad coming back with not just the milk, but the Kyogre buff.
I was waiting for it. There had to be a milk joke in there for sure. Garchomp gonna hit a Livid Outrage. That's gonna earn maybe a KO on this Cinderace. No, Cinderace just skirts the KO once again. There's that X Scissor though. Gotta heal up. Holy Second Dad cannot give away some of these KOs. Knock Knock gonna take out the Buzzwole and send the Second Dad scattering back to the drugstore.
Oh my gosh, yeah, he got jumped on the way back home there. The milk is now at risk, folks. Now we have CC Yellow. Again, this is only a 40-point game here. CC Yellow just needs 1 good score, and they're in the lead. They go on the defense. They got the buff on the Decidueye. They got a lot of points on that Decidueye, and they're pushing. They're pushing hard.
Uh-oh, Cinderace actually going to Blaze Kick and separate this Crustle. They're going in. Garchomp very low now. Gorilla Glue going down. Here comes Lucario. Aura Cannon going to send down a couple. Crustle back to the Pokemon Center, and that should be a clean team wipe. Still 20 points separate them. I don't know if Holy Second Dad know that they're still winning, but with everybody back at the Pokemon Center, this will secure them game number 1.
Listen, they had to go back, pick up the pack of smokes. Now they're coming back home, folks, all right? The milk and the cigarettes are in the bag. So are the Hundo Burgers, the most important part of this game here. And now game number 1 going to Holy Second Dad. That's an amazing, amazing comeback after an almost devastating pushback, a counter from CC Yellow.
Yeah, it could have been really dangerous. Yeah, they didn't, I don't think that they knew that they were still ahead, which is why they kind of felt like they still needed to, push a little bit farther forward. And yeah, you guess you really didn't know at that time, but yeah, this Lucario looked really good. 13 KOs, 10 assists. This Cinderace looked fantastic. I think I really liked this composition from Holy Second Dad. I mean, I love getting to watch a good Cinderace player, but even more so, I love watching a good E-Speed Lucario, the classic.
Yeah, and they did not disappoint. 109 on 9 card, 99 on Young Oblivion, 79 on Watermelon. So that is huge, huge damage. But, I mean, listen, CC Yellow didn't just go away empty-handed. 76 on tap on that Meowth. Umbreon's coming in with 80k there. Gorilla Glue with 62. And I think the surprise of us all, Genma Sage, 77,000 damage on the Crustle.
Yeah, looking pretty good. 521, 201 your final there. So Holy Second Dad going to be winning that game. And now CC Yellow going to go back to the drawing board for game number 2. You saw all the objectives. Pretty much every objective except for that one Regieleki went to Holy Second Dad. So CC Yellow going to have to be focused a little bit more on the objective. Obviously got off to a tough start in that game 1, a couple of disconnects, but they certainly did claw their way back into that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, listen, they look for more trades. That's kind of what I want to see from CC Yellow. Look for more trades on the field. You see them out on an objective, it's lost. Go for the opposing lane push. You got the numbers, go for it. You got the rip on both objectives and Pokemon, and we did see a lot of split up from that as well. So that was a good job from them. So it was nice to see. And when they did come back, it was only a 40-point game, and it lasted a while there. So even though Holy Second Dad had the leg up in the early game, CC Yellow just came back and they said, all right, the late game's ours.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, I'm loving this right now. I love seeing more Cinderace. We saw a couple feints earlier. I still want to see some Shedinja action. We don't see enough of it. You're here to spread the Sableye propaganda. I'm here to spread the Shedinja propaganda. I feel like this item is super fun. I want to see more of it, honestly.
Why can't we just have both? A Sableye wielding Shedinja and leftovers. We got the full combo, baby. Send it. Somebody be brave enough to do that combo. It'll win you games. And if you want to prove us wrong, there's only one way to do that, and that's to play it.
True. It's true. I do like leftovers on Sableye. I'm a little skeptical on the Shedinja. I still think like X-Speed's too good on Sableye. But there's so many Pokemon that I think can use the Shedinja, especially when there are those speedsters on the enemy side. I think it's just there's so much burst damage around the meta right now that like maybe those iframes are super valuable. You're seeing it with just Faint Cinderace. You're seeing it with Detect on Surfetch. So having that the ability to avoid damage almost at command is super valuable.
And I mean, the cool thing about Shedinja too is it allows you to wait out your cooldowns. It allows you to get your moves back up. Now, it is a drawback in that you can't, decide when to turn it back off and be like, surprise, I'm gone. It's a set timer, and the enemy, if they know the timers, are able to predict it and kind of wait, kind of like one of those Darkrai Unite moves there. But what isn't waiting, though, Kyle, is this draft. We're going straight into it. Going to be CC Yellow in the first pick slot this time. Holy Second Dad. That means they get the final pick.
They do. And we're going to see which bands come out already. First band is going to be the Umbreon. Not something that we're seeing a ton of bands on, but it's still kind of hovering that top 10 because it's still a really powerful Pokemon. The Unite move is very impactful because it could steal away a lot of those shields. So I do like seeing Umbreon banned. I still think there's so many other bands, but I think on that first side, you're able to, select the bands of the Pokemon that you just do not want to play into, because that side you can kind of force that, and you force Holy Second Dad to ban against like the top meta picks.
Yeah, right now seems to be that Umbreon, that Surfetch. So already going in with Blastoise too. That's actually a surprising one here. They're in the first pick slot. They're choosing to ban the Blastoise there. But Holy Second Dad forced to ban out the Mega Lucario, the Vaporeon, and the Psyduck. These are Pokemon we don't want to see. And for some reason, I get a feeling that if we go to a game 3, we got to go to a game 3, Umbreon will be banned there too.
Oh, for sure. Honestly, I think Umbreon's super powerful right now. I'll have to go back to the stats because I believe it made top 10 in one of the categories last week for Underdunk 73. I'll have to take a peek at exactly what it was. Snorlax first pick, it was the top picked Pokemon last week. Although it was top picked, the win rate didn't really support it. It was like under 58. I think it was like 44%, but still, like, Snorlax is just such a safe defender pick. It allows you to not really give up too much information about what composition you're going to be playing around.
Absolutely there, but we're going to see Young Oblivion back on that baby Lucario. Little Luca coming back in for round number 2. Pinecone coming in with that Blissey as well. We're going to see some nasty Bliss assist combos there. And Kyle, I see a Machamp.
Okay, yep, Machamp, it's super broken. I think this Pokemon is really powerful. It's There's so many like good Machamp players because it's been out for so long, and it allows you to kind of just go for the back line. And when you have some of these power picks, it's really valuable to maybe just pick up that one target and allow your team to follow up.
Absolutely there, but Yoham's going to be locking in the Mega Gyarados, something we haven't seen a whole lot of. Mega Charizard Y still on the table, but both teams not going to be wasting a ban on it, not going to be wasting a pick on it. They just said it's not good enough. Zoroark versus Dodrio, but though is going to be the story arc of this game.
So I went back to our stats, and Umbreon, 88% encounter rate last week. So in that top 5, along with those Blastoise, the Duck, the Char Y, and the Mega Lucario. So teams are putting a lot of priority on this Pokemon. I'm going to be very interested about this Speedster v Speedster, but I'm even more interested in what A-Goats is throwing out here. We got a fluffy tail on this Greedent.
Greedent going to be looking to take a lot of the central path from the side of Holy Second Dad. Probably going to be looking to get a lot, be annoying, and just do that consistently. Just be on their side. Fluffy Tail's up every 22 seconds, which means you can see a grand total of almost 3 times every minute. That is a lot of Fluffy Tail action. That's a lot of annoyance from Greedent there. And that is a lot of badges on that screen there, Kyle. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So many badges. We have a couple gold badges on the bottom side. So the Blissey, Lucario, no badge on the Mega Gyarados. So very interesting to see this Pokemon get played. It got a lot of bans in our last tournament. I think it was like top 10 in bans, but it didn't really have the encounter. So let's get into game number 2. CC Yellow on your purple side. Holy Second Dad gonna be on your orange side. I imagine we'll see this Zoroark go to the central area for CC Yellow.
Absolutely. We're seeing a 3-man into the bottom there. Machamp going up to the top alone. That could mean we see an invade, and there goes the Greedent off on their own little Pokemon journey, going straight into the central path of Holy Second Dad.
They're going immediately to try to counter this Dodrio. The bottom, it's going to be 2v2. Goats is looking for it, going to start damaging it with the auto, going to hold probably this tackle for a secure, but so is the Dodrio. They tried with the Fluffy Tail, unsuccessful.
They popped that Fluffy Tail. They're like, this is mine. And Doduo just said, ain't gonna happen. I'm gonna get it. Did it. 2 for 2. Now I gotta speed away. My HP is a little bit low to be dealing with you. But Brokey comes in for the assist. They're looking for the takedown. They're looking to try to fight it there. But Austin is looking to get out. A-Goats is looking to come down. Got through the wall.
Oh.
There goes the KO. Dodrio's hit the field.
Finally takes down it. Also drew that extra Pokemon, so I think the invade was successful in that it distracted Holy Second Dad quite a bit. Zoroark versus this Dodrio. Full heal popped. Illusion popped there for the Zoroark, but they're going right back in for this Blissey.
Mega Gyarados almost online. Couple more taps is all they need. They just got to hit something. Look at that. There we got the evolution right there on the cusp. Boom! Here it is. Gyarados online. Waterfall collect right away. And all of a sudden, that Zoroark is looking juicy.
Yeah, they're going to go for this Mega Gyarados. They are not going to get it. Waterfall able to keep that thing upright. And they're also going to grab up a couple bits of experience while they're at it, while they're low HP. They don't want to step too far forward and lose out and lose a KO. But on the bottom side, it's actually going, honestly, even better for Holy Second Dad.
Yeah, bot lane is doing incredibly well, but there goes the Dodrio. They said, listen, you went into for the invade on me, I'm going to do it back to you. Where he got the tri-attack going, and but Mew claims the KO. The lockdown on E-Ball was just too strong.
That's a very smart play from Mew, knowing that Dodrio was on the invade. It had to have been the calm there. Because Dodrio kind of overextended. They thought that they could get the KO, but the illusion from Zoroark was able to keep them just enough iframes to avoid some of the damage and allow Mew to kind of converge on.
Now we're going into outside there. We got some scores going in. Holy Second Dad starting to get those stacks in 19 over into the top, 99 to 88. This is now an 11-point battle. 15 seconds until our first lane objectives coming in. Reggie Lecky into the top and a Reggie Roulette into the bottom.
That's kind of an early break here from Holy Second Dad. It gives up a lot of experience to this Machamp who desperately needs some levels. It does open up this T2 push if Holy Second Dad wants to go for it, but you have to be really careful. Here comes Zoroark onto this Blissey looking for a KO, but they just get met by 4 members.
I mean, yeah, they sussed out and scouted where Holy Second Dad is. They know they're pushing this pad, but it's only a Machoke here that's on the defense there. They have to back off. Now they got the points to break the pad coming through.
Wow.
2 points away, just right on the cusp. They don't like that, but Greedent's going to go down. That's going to give them the points they need, and they're just going to break it. T2 pad gone, win condition open.
Yeah, they have a couple of them, right? There's 2 potential Regielekis by the time this match ends because they took that first one so early and they prioritized that top path, knowing that the yellow timer means that it's Regieleki. Here comes Zoroark, though, into the Blissey. Blissful Assistance out, as well as the Dodrio. Here comes Mega Gyarados, forces the Mew to Unite move and try to save their team.
Muse and Snorlax trying to take the KO on the Blissey, but those eggs are just so
Wow.
strong. Now they have to back off. Blissey survives. Snorlax now trying to grab the KO on the Gyarados, but the Gyarados comes back in. Claps with a 2 KO streak. Zoroark finds the Dodrio, but Lucario finds the Zoroark. It is just a nightmare after nightmares. 12 points hit the center pad.
Absolute chaos everywhere, and Greninja able to score 12 points disrespectfully on the home goal zone of CC Yellow. A few options here for Holy Second Dad. They have this basement Registeel that they can finally start now that they have 3 members here. It's just the Snorlax for CC Yellow.
It is, but they're looking for the secure with the heavy slam. It's back in the pocket there. It's down and low, but they're going to be able to go in way too late. That was gone and off the map, despawned before Snorlax even clicked it. They're trying to do what they can, but there's all of it. There's all of the Holy Second Dad minus Greninja down at the bottom. 284 to 149. Not breaking this T1 pad yet there. Now they're going to do it. Now we have Indeedee on the bot side there, but Regieleki spawned to the top. If we let that go, if we just let that be, that could be very dangerous.
Holy Second Dad kind of invading the central area of CC Yellow right now. They're actually going to earn that red buff away from CC Yellow. However, CCL does get a consolation prize, grabs that Regieleki away, and honestly, they kind of did it a bit early, so now we have a potential win con with the Regieleki towards this Kyogre.
Yeah, that's going to be amazing to see there. That's going to be great to see as well. So, boom, we're coming down now. Kyogre's now about to spawn in. We got 2 minutes to go. Regieleki barreling down to the T2 pad as Greninja's poking and prodding, but Greedent just wipes it off the map there.
Greedent still kind of being a little bit of a disruptor on the right side of the map, drawing the attention of 2 Pokemon, the Greninja and the Gyarados. Meanwhile, on the bottom path, oh yeah, we do get the Shedinja doll on the Lucario. Okay, I was waiting for it. That was for me as a little treat. Thank you so much.
Thank you, production. Kyle needed that too. Look at that. As the Zoro gets taken down, we got the Dodrio. Tripping over my words there. Dodrio gets taken down, but Gyarados now putting the beat down on Mew. Chomps it into oblivion. There is Snorlax looking to put up the walls there, but it's not going to be enough as the rest of Holy Second Dad is getting eviscerated by the Zoroark.
I think you're just doing your Dodrio Unite move impression, because, like, you know how it goes when it's running. I think that was just you trying to make the impression. That's what I think. Nice little submission there from the Machamp. Actually going to help take a KO on this Mega Gyarados. That's actually super valuable. Another Shedinja doll for this Lucario to just get away, but the E-Ball and the Zoroark, all 5 members were required to take out that Lucario.
Yeah, unfortunately, in an E-Speed, that missed everybody that it needed to get the cooldown reset. Walking very slowly, wasn't able to find the wall to use it once more. So yeah, Lucario's down, but this game is still incredibly close. 189 to 294. We have T1 pads up. No, actually, no, they're not. They're gone. So we do have to make a push to try to get back into the lead here. But Regieleki, again, we know exactly where CC Yellow's going to be. We're taking the Registeel for ourselves, and we have 25 seconds until Kyogre hits the field.
Yeah, CC Yellow making a call there just to push that T1, or sorry, that Regieleki, because they did not want Holy Second Dad to have that potential win condition. Honestly, Holy Second Dad gets a really nice objective there with that attack and special attack buff, which will span a majority of this Kyogre fight, and they have a lot of damage, so you have to be very careful if you're CC Yellow. the Snorlax is doing a good job of just grabbing some vision. They avoid a big Dragon Breath from this Mega Gyarados. Kyogre here, and now a big engage from Snorlax.
Snap Power Nap comes through. There's Machamp's looking for a submission grab. We don't find the suplex there, but Lucario is able to find the Zoro arc. We're taking it down. Dodrio's coming back into the thick of it. Machamp's looking for the Barrage Blow. Finds the Lucario. They don't pop the Shedinja though. They go for the close combat, but boom, they get taken down as well. Now there's another one gone. CC Yellow, 5-man down. Holy second dad is coming back with the milk once more, folks. It's a miracle.
Oh, there we go. Final secure. Greninja able to take Kyogre off the map, and now we're gonna walk towards these T2 goal zones. We're making it humid in here, folks, but the Zoroark goes down. Holy Second Dad should be able to score enough points here. They already have the lead, so they don't necessarily need to, but they could add some insurance, and with 3 members down, that insurance is going to be approved.
Yeah, the defense is just so rough. That's one of the benefits of Kyogre, is you're able to push a lot easier because it shuts off the pads of the opposing team for 45 seconds there. That means teams are so used to just defending on the pad that they don't try to take the fights anymore because they don't have that advantage. They no longer have that. So, like, what do you do at that point, Kyle? Like, do you fight off pad? Do you fight on pad? And so many teams are just so ingrained into fighting on pad that you can realize, no, we got to back off. We can give it up a little bit and maybe try to find a KO elsewhere. But yeah, that is the power of Kyogre.
Yeah, it makes those goal zones defenseless, right? So you're not getting that shielding from it if you lose the Kyogre, at least for the 45 seconds. Once that 45 seconds expires, then you do have a little bit more, options on your menu. But yeah, I mean, Kyogre right now, I feel like it probably needs maybe a slight buff, or sorry, a slight nerf still. The 45 seconds, the change, that was super nice, but the healing is still really powerful. So yeah, we'll see if we maybe get any other nerfs to Kyogre. To be determined though. 868 your final for Holy Second Dad, to the 189 for CC Yellow.
Absolutely there. What a great showing from Holy Second Dad and CC Yellow. CC Yellow was still able to find a way to claw back into this game. They were just unable to find that magic that happened at the Kyogre fight. So Holy Second Dad going 2-0 into round number 4, the final round. It's been a 2-0 fiesta all night long, Kyle. Let's see if that keeps up in round 4.
Yeah, it should be pretty good, honestly. We'll see what we get here for round number 4. I think it'll be, determining who's going to be winning this Underdunk number 74. I think that we still have a couple of sets going on. We'll see if any of them go to a game 3. So we're going to take a quick break while we figure out if we're just going to go right into round number 4 or if we have a game 3 for round number 3. So don't go too far, folks. We'll be back. More Underdunk 74 after this. And 1. Welcome back in, trainers. Apologies for all the delays. We were trying to get this last game figured out for this previous set, and it just wasn't getting reported. So reminder to everybody, make sure to report your games. Use StartGG chat so we can understand where sets are, so we could give some realistic expectations on when we're going to return and all that good stuff. So appreciate that. But we do have our final set of the evening, Cat or P, or also known as Cat or P, versus Saved. And this should be the deciding factor of who's going to be your #1 ranked team at the end of the night.
That's actually a big title there, Kyle. I mean, listen, if you're in the #1 ranked team, that means teams are going to emulate what you do. So that's an epic opportunity to bring in Shadin Jadal Sableye. Just saying. Just saying. It's an opportunity for you there. But we're going to go in. Caterpie is going to be first pick, and we're going back to Kyogre.
Yeah, we are going to Kyogre. You could see that in the central area, kind of like that water well around that main objective, kind of gives the hint there. As far as bans, though, we are going to see this Darkrai band once again, as well as the Blastoise. Meowth, very powerful currently. It does have, some things going on with it as well that are, ban-worthy, so that's going to hit the chopping block, as well as the Psyduck, which is just a menace.
Yeah, Psyduck has been such a Pokemon in the last bit there, so Save does not want to deal with it. They're getting out of there. Meowth gone, too, along with Blastoise. They said, Umbreon also making a resurgence back on that ban list, so we encountered it, and we did not like it, so it is gone.
It is gone. Last ban should be this Surfetch, which has been an absolute demon all evening long when it has hit the Theosky Ruins. A well-deserved ban. A few options here for Caterpie. You still have options for any of the Mega Pokemon, right? Charizard, Lucario, both available. But instead, Pirate Gang is going to lock in the Mimikyu. So very interesting first pick.
I mean, yeah, it's a really powerful first pick. Be able to go in, threaten some backline there. But that does mean Mega Lucario is going to go to the side of Save. Mega Mewtwo Y going to go to the side of Save. There's still Charizard. There's still Gyarados. Crustle, Snorlax, Trevenant, dare I say it, Goodra, still on the board there for anybody to take.
Yeah, a lot of defender options, but instead we are going to lock in the Hoopa Machamp. So I actually do still love Machamp. It's been getting a ton of play in the more recent patches. There it is. There it is, Hyde. It's your Sableye.
Oh, Charles. Yeah, brother Charles. Heck to the yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, Kyle. I was just so excited. Now, listen, I know, Charles, you're watching this stream, so I know you're gonna when we catch up there, you're gonna be in the preparation phase, and you can still swap some items there. So that X speed, if you want to do a brother a solid, put a Shedinja doll on it. We want to see that action. Come on.
I do not sanction Shedinja doll Sableye. Leftovers, I do sanction. I still love the X speed on it, but any Shedinja doll, I will take. It sets up for some pretty good plays. Azmat going to go with the Slowbro. So a very powerful pick with a very powerful Unite move can shut down that Lucario during these big team skirmishes or the Sarilege, whatever is seemingly more threatening at the time.
Yeah, absolutely. They're Slowbro. Yeah, that's going to be absolutely demonic there. Mewtwo Y going to be in safely into the back there. Not a lot going to be able to get onto it because Mimikyu's going to have its hands filled with trying to get through Ombu and Nico onto that Sarilege and that Mega Lucario. Meanwhile, dealing with JD on Crustle. That's going to be nasty. So hopefully, Cocodrillo going to be able to put those Hoopa portals to good use. Otherwise, maybe it could be a Trick Hoopa.
I could see a Trick Hoopa being pretty good, especially if you want to be able to pocket, the Mimikyu, be able to pocket this Machamp, just to be able to kind of export them out of the, harm's way with some of the crowd control that Save does have. They obviously have that Crustle. They have the Sableye. Depending on which way Sableye goes, it could be a little bit more of a menace. You don't want to walk into those landmines with Feint Attack. So a lot of different options here for Saved. The thing I worry about most is going to be the Mega Lucario. I think this Pokemon is an absolute nightmare to play into. We'll see if Caterpie can maybe counter it.
Yeah, I mean, this Hoopa's already got to put the work in along with the Slowbro. They got to do those invade checks. You know exactly a Sableye is going to go for that invade there. It's a Mimikyu. They can secure it. They can get what they need off of it there. So you got to make sure you jump over those pads there, go over that wall, just do a couple extra seconds. You might lose a neutral farm or something like that, lose a Pokemon there, but Sableye's already doing it, and there they go. They're doing exactly that.
They are, and Slowpoke and Hoopa both gathering the information of where the Sableye is going to look to invade from. Save, though, able to secure some of this, contested experience away, and, oh, Charles, being demonic, stealing away a Baltoy.
Yeah, Baltoy already going to help there, but it's not going to be enough because Mimikyu does not evolve, which means that it's still able to hit that level 5 threshold just by existing on the map there. So we got to get one more experience away from it in order to be as successful. And now we're already going in. We get the reverse there hit on it, but we're now pulling the Slowpoke away. So even if they don't stop the level 5 evolution, we now have so many players in the map. And there we go. We have already...
Wow.
Onbu's just diving in with the Ceruledge. Mimikyu's got to back away, grab a berry. Hoopa's going for the portals there, but the Ceruledge grabs the KO.
You draw a few different Pokemon into, eventually there's like 3 different Pokemon for Caterpie had to respond to the invade. Although Caterpie does get the KOs on this top path as well. Machop, unfortunately, unable to hit that level 5. If they're able to hit this last hit on this Bunnelby, they should be able to get it, and oh, they finally do get evolved.
They do get the evolution there, but they get taken down as well. Came a little bit too late there, but that's okay. When they hit back the map, they're going to be ready to go and raring to go there. Sableye's hot on the heels of that Mimikyu, though, already looking for a second invade. While Slowbro doing a great job holding this bottom lane.
Ice Strike connects on Asmat on the Slowbro. Very low on HP. Going to try to forget some of the damage. Unfortunately, memory is not short enough. They go back to the Pokemon Center. Saved able to get some points in on the bottom side, which is super valuable for them. There's this Regidrago that has hit the map, but Caterpie really just going for the stacks, trying to play for this late game.
Yeah, it's 51-6, but Caterpie is in a good position to try to get these stacks in, but now Saved realizes what they're up to. Huge overreach there by Onbu there, misses the hit onto that Machoke there, not able to find the KO. They go for the Phantom Force there, but it's just too much pressure. Caterpie claims the KO. They come back refreshed off the portals there, and now they're pushing the T1 pad, Kyle.
Gonna retreat back to their T1 pad. Crustle still staying strong in the front line. Sableye, great engage there. Unfortunately, they are still gonna go down. Pirate King, unrelenting, good submission there onto the Crustle. They're gonna X-Scissor towards the T1. They get just away in time. Have to burn and eject though. 30 points in from Mimikyu just before the Ceruledge is able to hit the map, and Big Mac getting away on this Machoke.
Yeah, they were 51-6. They got 40 more points in. Now they're just 5-point game there. But Caterpie is back in this game. Let's get the 30 in the bottom, and Teleon left alone. Regidrago claimed much sooner than the last game there, as Onbu claims it there, and that's going to have that score buff increase. But now the rest of Save is collapsing on Caterpie.
Great engage there. Good Rock Tomb. Even better X-Scissor and follow-up from the rest of the squad from Saved. Now they're going to try to maybe stop this Regieleki from going on in. They could potentially push this T1. It's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to get the KO onto the Slowbro. Mimikyu going to try to hold this T1 goal zone. So far, so good. Sabe going to have to retreat, and Sabe just barely gets out.
They do. Even Sableye managing to get out alive as well. Not very often, because some people are just like, all right, you know what? If we're going to grab something, we got to grab an AKO. And Sableye was right there, right in the open there. But we do have Arg down here onto the Reg Ice, looking for a KO on it, looking to grab it. But here we go. Saved is now down there. The Revenant Run comes through, but the Reg Ice goes to the side of Caterpie. 1 HP in a Dream, and the Dream is easily quashed there, as Saved is now looking to dunk points and try to take the lead, but Caterpie's here with a massive defense.
Yeah, the Mewtwo Unite came down and damaged a couple of Pokemon very heavily. Cocodrillo trying to hold this T1 goal zone. So far, so good. Hoopa able to do that. Sableye Mewtwo down. Slow Beam's going to connect on the Crustle. That's a double KO for the Slowbro. They're advancing towards this T1 on this side now. You have the Ceruledge goes underground with the Phantom Force, 18 points. It's an even cap, and Caterpie still pushing their advantage.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they don't have jump pads up yet. 7 seconds until they get those. When the Ceruledge comes back, they just got to wait a couple seconds that they're going to have it. The Rings Unbound comes out, but nobody's really able to find an advantage through this lead. Now they have to back off. A Unite move, very crucial for the side of Caterpie. Now wasted and gone as we pick up the KO on the Inteleon. Now it's gone. We're on the back foot. We're running away as Saved is barreling down the lane to go break the T1 pad.
Now we get this Inteleon, but that's really all this Mega Lucario has been able to get so far. Still in the Mega form, still dishing out quite a blow. Mimikyu goes down. That's the KO that they were certainly looking for. This Mega Lucario is looking fantastic, although they do go down to the Slowbro once again, so Caterpie able to really hold their own T1 somehow.
Yeah, that was a great defense there from Caterpie. They were holding the line. Save got a little bit overextended, lost a KO or two here, and they just weren't able to follow through. Up on the top, they're still looking to try to get it, but Sableye putting in the work with an excellent defense there. But still, nobody from Saved coming up to help the Sableye, and Hoopa just gets the 28 in for free.
Oh, and they're also going to grab that Sableye, Machamp. Going to get locked on by Psystrike into the Infinite Cyber. Somehow they're still able to skirt away. Hoopa also able to get away. Mewtwo Unite moves for practically nothing. Regieleki still up here. Now you have 4 members of Caterpie looking to go in. Big submission, but Machamp goes down. Mewtwo Y gonna Psystrike, but they go back through the Hoopa portal. Perfect play there. Boosted auto from the Uniting Inteleon's gonna get a KO that way. But Sage is popping off the Ceruledge with the 2 KO streak. They might get a third.
Inteleon's going to be taken down by Sableye there as Regieleki slowly getting lower, but it is moved away. It could be leashed, and now it's going back. Hoopa Rings Unbound comes out as Caterpie has been summoned into the top. We have 40 points in the pocket of Sableye. I think sometimes you just got to call it and just go score.
Honestly, that was a great Unite move from this Hoopa. It prevented Saved from pressing far forward, and it really did a lot of heavy lifting there that allowed them to get that Regieleki. Unfortunately, though, they do lose out on this bottom T1 goal zone with a big overcap from that Sableye. Score Shield keeping that upright. You lose your Machamp now, who's level 12, but honestly, let's take a look at the field state, right? We're 45 seconds away from our Kyogre here in Game 1. I think they're doing the right thing here. They're going to try to bolster some scores, trying to get it within 100 points, and they've accomplished that. If they could get this basement objective, that could be really pivotal, so I wouldn't be surprised if they full send for this.
Yeah, they're going straight onto it. Caterpie is just not there. Sableye doing a great job finding vision so that Save can determine how many to connect to it, how many to commit there. But 15 seconds till Kyogre comes in, and we are going to be looking to try to find something as Caterpie plays a little bit more of a safe on the safe side into the pit.
Yeah, they're being pretty safe. The Sableye is going to be able to grab some vision on where they're set up, so that Fear Stun can be really powerful. Charles does get vision on this Slowbro. Machamp in submission, but hasn't found anybody to grab just yet. We do have the Inteleon hitting that Liquidation, but Anbu able to avoid a lot of that with this Ceruledge, so I actually really love the Phantom Force is working really well here. Sableye almost gets caught.
Almost does, but is able to make it out there. We're trying to bait the Mimikyu in, but we're not able to quite do it yet. We finally see it. The Slowbeam goes down. It's going to be hitting Anbu there, but it's not going to amount to much. But there goes the play with me. The Barrage Blow comes in into the Infinite Sideburn there. That's 3 KOs, 2 on Caterpie, 1 on Save. As a third one now on Caterpie falls. Rings Unbound comes out. Then the Inteleon's able to get the Unite off there, and now we're getting the rip on Kyogre.
We get a steal from this Hoopa? Maybe. No. Lucario's able to shut that down very quickly. Arg on the Inteleon. Going to be falling short here. Unfortunately, every member of Save was able to converge on them. Before they start to dunk in some of their points, they do have the lead now. Caterpie has some climbing to do. And then this is going to be a very, really tall hill to climb after this.
Yeah, it is. 350 to 224, though. It's still not, 175 points, but now we're going to bump that up. Now it's 458 to 224. They have to make the play now. Find the KO, get a buff, cross the map, get the scores in. Anbu could be the easy target there, but no, the Crustle comes in with the Clutch X Scissor. 28 seconds now. They're just whittling down the clock, and Caterpie's not going to be able to find a way back into this game.
Is just providing a ton of value. I love the play from Anbu in a majority of this fight. Not only that, but Nico on this Mega Lucario just uniting at the right times and providing maximum value from that Unite phase of the Pokemon. Getting that secure, obviously, not, guaranteed. There was definitely a chance there for Cocodrillo on the Hoopa. It was certainly an effort, and Saved is going to hold on to this one in game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. They're a different game if we are able to have Caterpie collapse onto Onbu. We did have a great Unite move grab with the Slowbro on Azmat there, and they were able to lock it down, but with no follow-up to quickly take it down. It was just not going to be enough for Caterpie to get that out, and Onbu was pivotal during that final fight there. So, going to be game number 1 to Saved. Caterpie back to the drawing board. We got to figure out what we're going to be able to do there, but this was a high brawly game, Kyle, and these KOs are definitely showing that.
Yeah, also, talk about the KOs, but 18 assists from this Crustle. They were locking Caterpie down very heavily, right? Those rock tombs were usually placed pretty perfectly, and there's not, I guess, a lot of big dashes for Caterpie to kind of avoid some of them. So if they were getting caught, they were oftentimes just kind of a KO'd Pokemon walking, if I'm being Pokemon correct there. Also, Onbu looked absolutely fantastic. I think, going Phantom Force and was holding the Phantom Force when they were getting locked on by Inteleon to just avoid all that damage. Just perfectly played.
Yeah, I do think there was a few Unite moves there out of Cocodrillo that could have been a little bit more time there. We just weren't able to find the pressure because Saved was just able to do it. But oh my gosh, Azmat taking 104, 62k damage on Cocodrillo, the highest damage for the side of Caterpie.
Yeah, the Hoopa, that was a damage Hoopa if I've ever seen one. Yeah, 62k led the charge for Caterpie, and yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense. It was kind of living forever, especially in the Unbound form. It was hitting those stuns and finding KOs with the Psybeam. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I assume that they were running a muscle band on that. So muscle band Hoopa does really well. I didn't exactly get to see all of the items that they were running. So I guess time will tell. I might look back on the VOD or whatever, but yeah, a lot of damage from that supporter Pokemon.
No, absolutely there. So coming into this too, do we as Saved, the Hoopa, is that a problem? Do we take care of it during the draft phase? Do we get rid of it in the ban phase? What is Caterpie going to do as well? Because again, we banned out some really good Pokemon, but we left the Megas up, and they performed incredibly well. Both the Mewtwo Y and that Mega Lucario in the hands of Saved, and we took no Megas. There's Mega Gyarados, Charizard Y. We didn't take any of them up on for the side of Caterpie there. So now do we play the Mega game? What are we going to be doing for Caterpie?
Yeah, what are we going to be doing? I'm looking back on the VOD, or when they're doing the final prep. So it was Muscle Band. So Muscle Band and a Focus Band. So that was where a lot of the damage was coming up from. And I guess when you don't have really a speedster to kind of help take down that Hoopa, and it's kind of a brawly team, a lot of A presses. So kind of makes sense, why the Hoopa did a ton of damage. So we'll see what happens here as we get into our game 2.
And game 2, Caterpie's first pick again, instant Darkrai ban. Saved coming in, gonna be Comfy E-Girl coming in with the Blastoise ban instantly. We're seeing a repeat of the last set already, Kyle. These are Pokemon we just do not want to see.
Yeah, I don't want to see. I think Darkrai is my most banned Pokemon. Oh, they're banning your Sableye. That's crazy work. I think Darkrai is my most banned Pokemon. Not always because it's not always good into every comp. It's definitely more niche, but I just hate playing that Pokemon. It's just so incredibly frustrating. The stuns, the lockdown Unite move, and I just hate playing against that Pokemon. So whenever it's banned, I'm a pretty happy camper.
Yeah, Mimikyu is up there as well. Going to be followed up by the Surfetch there. And I mean, listen, I know the Sableye ban. Not a typical ban that you see, but when it's a Pokemon that's absolutely annoying you, when it sets you back, when you commit too many resources into trying to deal with it, yeah, sometimes you just got to bite the bullet, put the ban on it, and get rid of it. But Pyrokin going to be locking in Meowth as pick number 1, leaving the same Mega picks open for Saved to take.
And we are going to be going to Groudon, right? So we are going to look to see what kind of damage picks that we can get for both of these teams. We are going to lock in that Mega Lucario for save. Charles going to go on a comfort pick here. This is a very, disruptive Hoopa player. So look for an invade from Hoopa. I think early on would make a lot of sense to try to slow down Caterpie in this early game.
Yeah, Mega Lucario making a resurgence there, but this time Umbreon not banned out. Azmat grabbing that, and Anxiety coming in with the Charizard Y. We're finally going Mega for Mega in this round 2.
Yeah, I like it. I like Mega Charizard. I think it's like this Pokemon's been banned so frequently, and you almost kind of have to pick it because it's really powerful. But although, like, the numbers haven't really supported this Pokemon, it's definitely powerful once it gets its Mega form. But, like, the win rates on this Pokemon, especially during our last Underdunk, were kind of underwhelming. I think 38%. So we'll see if it's able to kind of take this Mega Lucario, who seemingly has been the better of the Megas.
Absolutely, but with the Groudon, we're going for secure. Ambu locking in the Blaziken. JD is key locking in the Snorlax there. Great engage, great disengage as well, and great secure onto the Blaziken. Big Mac Cocodrilo, the Machamp Eldegoss combo. Listen, I'm always up for a good Eldegoss combo coming in because that is a great auto attacker there. But when you've got the final pick into an attacker slot, anything's on the table, just like Decidueye.
Okay, I do worry about this Meowth just diving the backline and getting to this Decidueye, so Save definitely going to have to bulk up with, this Snorlax is definitely a great pick to kind of help insulate the Decidueye. I think Hoopa also has some tools within its kit to kind of prevent the Meowth from just going bananas in the backline. So we'll see if Meowth can get to the Decidueye, because an unchecked Decidueye can be very problematic.
All right, this is the conspiracy theory that Hyde's come up with, but the Decidueye, it's bait. It's just to draw the Meowth in. Once it's in, then they collapse and devour the Meowth, and they got no Speedster. Now, what does that get them? I don't know, but maybe that's just the secret plot, the secret sauce that's going to be the saved plan. You never know what's going to happen. So, Pirate King, when you dive in on that Decidueye, you better make sure you've got your escape route planned, because I bet you Save is going to have it blocked.
Let's see. This is going to be game number 2. So Caterpie definitely needs to win this one. If Save can win this game number 2, that would crown them, if I'm not mistaken. Someone could correct me. But it'll likely crown them as your Underdunk 74 top team. The winner of the week, if you may. But, Caterpie definitely wants to put a stop to that. At least force that game 3. Let's get into it. Game number 2 of our final round of Underdunk 74. Caterpie gonna go Central Area Meowth with Pirate King.
Yeah, saved in that match point position, but Caterpie, that's okay. You know what? You can just say ignore that point. It's just going to be a 2-0 from here on. That's the mentality you got to have. Umbreon coming in to help with a nice little bit of an invade check. Eldegoss looking to grab that red buff away from the Meowth there to help put pressure into the top side there. But already, we got the Snorlax Rowlet combo, and poor little Charmander just isn't able to hold it by himself.
Not even a little bit. Snorlax doing a fantastic job of frontlining. Also getting some last hits. So I'm actually really liking the Snorlax pick early on to kind of help this Decidueye along.
Absolutely there. Now we're going to be rocking it down in the bottom there. Now we're going to the top, though. The Hoopa into that Mega Lucario is going to be suffering a little bit. We don't have that level 4 quite yet, but Rowlet's already putting the beat down on Charmander. There's Snorlax. Great job hogging the mean look for the KO onto that huge little Charmander.
Yeah, that was a really nice play there. Now the Charmander is going to be a little bit late for these 850 birds, and we actually have a quick rotation. Hoopa's going to send everybody towards this top path except for this little Rowlet, who's actually going to get mean looked into the Meowth. This might be the end for the Rowlet. Actually, they burn the eject button and get to safety.
Listen, that was just a feint. It was just a bait. I'm telling you, the Rowlet is just bait. They're going down there. Hoopa sent everybody else top. Now they're putting pressure down, 53-37, as the Combusken goes into the central lane to try to further extend their lead. But Machoke is online.
Okay, I like it. I like the Machoke being online here. It's going to be really valuable as we get further and further along. Nico going to try, I believe, it is the Mega Lucario. That is right. They did pick that pretty early. I was like, is this an extreme speed? No, you see the Mega Stone evolution on their health bar, so you know that is a Mega Power Punch into the Machoke, and Machoke has to use an eject button to get out.
They do indeed. They are able to get out, and they're starting to pick up a lot of wild Pokemon there, grabbing them up in their Aeos Ball, putting the energy into their pocket there, building up that score, because you can translate scores into experience. Submission going in for the Hoopa. They got to try to take it down quick, and boom, they're able to get it. Now they're forcing the Lucario back under their pad. The pressure's going in as the Meowth comes in. Great grab on the submission. Boom! It's gone as points now reign in for Caterpie.
It's a good rotation because they kind of lost that top pass, so I don't think Saved really thought that Caterpie would put some stocks up there. So, you know, kudos to them. They got a lot of value there. They got some stacks in on their stacking Pokemon. So Saved is really just going to focus this bottom path now to try to maybe counter punch them, but it's kind of tough. If they can get this Charizard, that could be really big for them. Yeah, we do finally get it.
Yeah, that Charizard survived a lot longer than it really ought to have, but huge experience swing back for the side of Saved with those KOs. The Eldegoss, the Charizard, Blaziken is almost level 9 there, but it's already fully online with its level 8. That Unite move in the pocket, double secure. The Regice never stood a chance.
Yeah, we have a lot of great secure tools. You have the Spirit Shackle, and then you have the Overheat from the Blaziken. So you have to be really ready if you're Caterpie on these flips, especially as we get closer and closer to the late game. Meowth now going to go straight for this Decidueye, but good insulation from this Snorlax as well as the Blaziken. However, you can't last for that long. Meowth finally gets the Owl.
Yeah, finally does. You can only do so much, but there goes the Golden Going Barrage. They got that defense reduction. There's the wish that is now being granted from the Umbreon. Mega Charizard hits the field for the first time, and they're raining down Hellfire as they're going for the scores.
Yeah, 39 points in. So not a massive overcap, 18 points, but that'll do the trick. That'll extend their score lead as we get halfway through this match. It's getting very close. You would love to see Big Mac get online here. Still not that level 9. But honestly, like one bit of experience should get him.
Yeah, already there trying to look for the Machamp, though. Finally gets it here just after the 6-minute mark there. So that's great. Nice grab there from the Machamp there, but they're a little bit too deep. Not enough follow-up. We're going to see a huge KO on the Meowth there as Blaziken's put into a room along with Mega Lucario. Now we're going to be pushing into the top T1 pad as Umbra comes out with the Moonlight Prance.
Great mean look there from Azmat to just kind of lock down this Mega Lucario. It's actually two great mean looks there, so I'm actually really loving this pick into the Mega Lucario. We're going to try to get this 29 points in if you're Owl, but no, the Charizard puts a perfect Fire Blast, interrupting that score, and now it's going to be Caterpie kind of on the offensive here. They should be able to take out this Snorlax maybe after this block shield goes down, unless Hoopa can get there. No, we got the Mega Charizard coming.
Mega Charizard Y hits the field again for the second time here. That is a quick Unite move. Listen, they might have nerfed it a little bit, but they're still bringing it back. Hovering over the wall, making good use of the fact that they need melee Pokemon to hit it, and they're just not able to when it's hovering over the wall. Now we're diving on the Decidueye. Decidueye caught out. The Ring's Unbound, they'll come out, trying to summon what's left of Saved, except Saved is KO'd. Now they're on the back foot as 1-2, and Caterpie's gone. Regilecki's playing for Caterpie, but they're not playing hard enough. We get another KO as Caterpie is pushed back.
Bit of an overextension here for Caterpie, which they haven't really done a whole lot in, you know, the first set or the second set. And you lost now all 4 of those Pokemon that were trying to push that T2 one way or another. Yeah, so that's gotta hurt because you kind of had a big score lead. You had a pretty good numbers advantage, and now you're yielding all that experience over back to Saved. And now you have to deal with this Mega Lucario who's matching your Meowth. This Decidueye, who's now level 11. It's kind of starting to crawl back here for Saved.
Absolutely. Reggie Steele is going to be the final Reggie into the basement here for the side. It's going to be Caterpie, but it's also going to be worn off before the Groudon hits the field. So nobody's going to have a Titanic buff coming their way once Groudon's here.
Looking for a T2 push here. Mean look onto the Snorlax. Decidueye just hanging out in the Flux Zone. Caterpie going to fully vacate the premises. Eldegoss using that Cotton Cloud Crash just to help zone. Gold Coin Barrage doesn't get exactly the damage that they were looking for. Umbreon also going to Unite Move, steal some of those shields. Snorlax dangerously low, but they're going to Unite Move. A lot of Unite Moves expended here at the 3-minute mark.
Yeah, those are some late Unite moves coming in. They don't have the dots yet, so they must be looking at the timers there. They must know, hey, stuff's coming up soon and we can go for it there, but Regieleki's about to hit. Charizard's up all alone, could start the rip, but they're taking a little bit too long to start that.
Taking a little bit of time here. So we have 45 seconds until our Groudon. Let's take a look at kind of where we are levels-wise. Blaziken and Lucario, level 13. This Decidueye is nearing level 13. So levels for saved, despite being down in points, despite being down in goal zones, not doing too bad. Umbreon probably going to try to farm up that Unite move. We're also going to get this Regieleki to have a little bit of space for save to, capture those wild Pokemon on their side of the map. There's all those Indeedis on the top side. There's all those Indeedis on the bottom side. They're going to try to maybe clear some of those out before, honestly, getting set up for this Groudon. They could take some pretty aggressive positioning here.
3 Unite moves missing for the side of Caterpie. Eldegoss, Meowth, Umbreon, and the Charizard make that 4. Only the Machamp has it. That is not good. Umbreon ticks in, and so does Meowth, so they're almost there. But the rip on Groudon has begun. Mega Lucario's there. The ring's unbound on Hoopa. Enters the fray. Blaziken set up for the overheat too soon.
Wow.
Meowth grabs the tier secured, and instantly 3 down. Decidueye, Snorlax in a dream, but it's not going to be enough as the points for Caterpie are starting to come through.
That's huge. Honestly, they zoned out the damage securers unsaved, and they just full sended that Groudon. I loved that play. You took Charizard Unite move and kind of like added a little bit of a layer of distraction on there. And by the time that it landed, I mean, that Groudon was nearly gone. There's still a minute, though, here, Hyde. I mean, if you yield up some of these shields or these Groudon buffs over 2 saved, there's still a chance.
Yeah, Arg is playing very aggressively when they really don't need to. Umbreon trying to put the Hundo Burger in, and this is it. This is the buff that they need. Was able to be taken down really quick. Onto the Decidueye, though, but sometimes one is all you need. That because it's not just a score increase buff, it is also an attack buff. So that is a huge damage buff for the side of the Decidueye, which is going to be your main backline damage.
Decidueye is going to line up a snipe shot. Sorry, his Spirit Shackle. But instead, 36 points. Actually, 38 is going to be the one that they choose. They're going to choose to allow Lucario to score safely because you still have this buff. Bunch of points deposited on the backside. Machamp dangerously low, but there's that barrage blow. Unite move from Charizard. Going to set the stage. 2 members of Save go down immediately, and that should do it. Triple KO. Caterpie going to go on to a game 3.
The quintuple kill, the 5 KO streak, the Penta has struck again. And I'll tell you right now, this Charizard has shown us exactly why it needs to remain banned.
Ban it. Ban it. Ban it forever. Honestly, ban it forever. I don't know. That Pokemon's crazy.
Get it gone.
Get it out of here. Get it out of here. I don't want it in my face, Sky Ruins.
Sorry, not EX Pokemon, the Mega Pokemon. We don't need that here anymore. This is, again, this is so overly, baby EX.
Yeah.
10 KOs, though, going to be rounding out for Arg. Meanwhile, Saved, struggling to find them. We have Comfey, E-Girl, and Ombu able to get 6 apiece. Nico only 2, but not a lot compared to the last game.
Caterpie looked fantastic last time against Ignorance last week. They, I believe, fell just short against them in the last round of the evening, and now they are certainly, looking to try to be crowned your champion.
Yeah, we're finally at that point there as well. The last game of the night to decide who's going to win this round of Underdunks. And that's an exciting position to be in. This is exactly what you need to be, so.
Gamma? What in the actual heck, man? Okay. Gamma.
Oh?
Gamma. 100 gifted subs from Gamma. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you more than you could ever know. Yeah, I am in. Yeah, I am in awe and shock, and I very much appreciate that. Thank you, Gamma.
That's amazing, bro. That's amazing. Gamma the GOAT. I mean, that's got to be what the G stands for, right? GOAT?
Yeah.
I don't know what
Gamma
the rest
the
of the
GOAT.
letters are, but oh my goodness. Wow. Holy heck. So you 100 viewers that are there, congratulations on your gifted subs. That's exciting. Now you get to watch Kyle for a whole month.
A whole month. Thank you again. I didn't want to like talk about it at all today, but yeah, I am appreciative of this entire community. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you built it. Like, you've done so many good things before the community. Underdunks has been going for how long? You've been a part of the project. It's been like a year ago, Kyle. I'm sitting here, I'm in team participating. I never thought I'd actually get to be here casting with you guys. You're one of the reasons, you and Bina and Husky are one of the reasons I'm actually able to sit here because of the First Step program you guys are putting on. So, brother, no, you deserve this.
I'm like literally tearing up. Like it's tough. Like I didn't want to talk about this a whole lot today, but I'm gonna have to. It sucks, and you know, it's an unfortunate situation, but I'm trying to compose myself, honestly. The love and support from all the community in like how tough of a mistake that we made. I don't know if Husky would call it a mistake, but it's a mistake. You know, it's something that I have to wear. Whether or not I agree with it, I will not comment on it. We'll leave it at that. But I am beyond appreciative of all the kind words anybody has said, and yeah. So thank you, honestly. Ugh, I'm a baby. Let's get into game. Let's get into the next game.
Absolutely there, because the round 3 is up. The draft is here, and Kyle, I would not be surprised if we saw Darkrai insta-ban, but no! Umbreon putting in the work, and now it's deleted.
And we're gonna likely see, I imagine, maybe this Darkrai ban once again. We have a few options, honestly. I literally cannot compose myself right now. I really can't.
No, absolutely. But Darkrai is going to be banned out for saved. We're going to get that gone. Meowth, you're looking at the next ban. A Surfetch'd is locked in. We're going to be sending it away. We don't want to see these Pokemon anymore. That leaves one ban each from each team. Could be anything, Kyle. Could be anything.
Jesus! No, you didn't!
Gamma strikes again!
You cannot say that was a misclick. You are such a jerk. Holy. We have a game to cast. Like, how am I supposed to cast a game right now? Like, how am I supposed to cast a game of Pokemon Unite right now?
Whimsically and in tears. That's all you got to do, because we're going to see some Mega Lucario, we're going to see some Mimikyu, we're going to see Sableye banned again. Kyle, they hate this little guy.
They really do. I mean, when there's a good Sableye on the opposing team, I also want to ban it every time. And Charles is a menace on that Pokemon. So, like, yeah, I get it. Like, ban it every time, honestly.
You know what? It is supporter roulette. Amba is going to be bringing back the Mega Charizard now for the side of Saved. We don't want to see this guy again. So Saved is going to be locking it in. And Charles, coming back with a Blissey. They locked in with Sableye, and then they went Hoopa. By now, Cocodrilo says, you know what? That's up. I'm going to take it too. And Charles says, I got a Blissey I got to show off.
Oh, yeah. Blissey and Charizard, that's going to go sicko mode. And honestly, if they lock in this Garchomp too, I would be shocked if they don't, because like Blissey is such a good enabler of Garchomp, because like Garchomp thrives when you can, you know, infinitely chain your boosted auto, and when you aren't really able to get stunned because of a safeguard, Garchomp's just so good. And it's, oh yeah, you got the rapid fire scarf on, and then you got that Unite move from Blissey. You have a lot of brawling, and I don't know what you do if you're Caterpie. I think you have to go with that slow bro if you're Asmat, and obviously he locked it up, so that's going to be able to at least lock down one target. You do have the Lucario though, so hopefully the team fight will go exactly as Caterpie wants, but it's going to be tough.
With how devastating the Charizard Y was last game, I really was expecting the Sableye to at least be allowed through, take that on there, because you can deal with a Sableye. You can make it a non-issue, but the Charizard Y, with its powerful Unite move, sure, you could lock down the Garchomp with a slow bro, but Charizard could just come in and just say, nope, you're going to completely undo that, you don't get refunded, and now my Garchomp is free!
Garchomp is free, yeah. Yeah, you got the Inteleon, so, I'm trying to think, like, what you go if you're Inteleon here. Like, I mean, you almost have to go Snipe Shot, but Liquidation is just still really good right now to be able to kind of, like, dash around and maybe dodge some of the abilities. Maybe, like, dodge a Blastoise Surf from here and there, but I don't know, like, Snipe Shot to me still seems like the play, especially into, like, the Mewtwo.
Absolutely as well. And again, I can't believe like we've seen so many snipers on the board today too, between Inteleon and the Decidueye as well. So snipers are back on the fray. I mean, listen, when they said that this was going to be an attacker patch there, they were not lying. I'm absolutely thrilled to see so many attackers back on the board.
Let's get into game number 3, Saved versus Caterpie. Last match of the evening. We are going to take this Squirtle along with the Mewtwo Y down to the bottom path, sending that Gibble Blissey to the top, and we are going to have that Charizard Y in the central area for Saved.
Absolutely there. We're going to be looking for an invade there on the Hoopa, but Charles is already there, being like, I'm on to you, Hoopa. And Hoopa's like, well, you can't stop me. You're just a Blissey. Charizard is already on the back foot, as we're now going to be looking at a Sobble already having to walk away back to its pad, back to healing, because the beatdown from Saved is just too strong. Slowpoke almost getting chunked down as well.
Yeah, Squirtle, like, it doesn't need its evolution to provide, like, all the value that it can. Obviously, you love to have Surf, but, yeah, I mean, it's still so good early game. No way did we get more subs! Yeah!
We're at what, 250 now? Too bad we're still at 0 points in this game. Oh my gosh. Gamma's wallet's looking as empty as these points, Kyle.
Underdunk 74 featuring Gamma's wallet goes crazy. I mean, casting while crying wasn't on my to-do list today, but, you know, here we are. Here we are.
Well, I hope that just shows you the love and support that the game has you have shown the game, and that the community has come back to showing you, Kyle, because you absolutely deserve it, brother. Because look at this beatdown too, and the Mimikyu getting taken down and sent back home.
Saved pressing forward, but good response here. Now we do have the Inteleon. Did see an acrobatic, so I imagine that we are going to go liquidation here. Nice little stun from Hoopa. Caterpie gonna have to retreat though. This Blissey Garchomp, it's still a Gabite, and it is safeguard, so I imagine we are going helping hand. This is looking good.
Absolutely. 27-24. We finally got some points back on there, so Gamma's wall is starting to get a little bit refilled there, as Blissey's going to go down to the slow bro.
Does go down, and yeah, we do have a Regidrago in the central area. All 5 Pokemon for Caterpie, going to converge on it. Disky looking for it, but doesn't really walk forward. Wise decision. They do get stunned, astonished from the Hoopa, get pressed back with that nice little water gun, or sorry, hydro pump there. 3 members, though, get sent back home with the Hoopa portal.
dangerous play right now from the side of Caterpie. They have 5 men the bottom, but they send everybody back, like you said, Kyle. Garchomp's eating for free. Level 7, now level 8. 1 level away now as Hoopa is able to portal up. They're bringing everybody. Hoopa down and Slowbro up. They got everybody in the front door up there to try to take down the Garchomp because they know this is the weak lane. They can put the points in. They get the dunks in.
Wow.
Hoopa's in the bottom. As long as that pad's still up, they can bring everybody back down.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good here for Caterpie. They're like really playing around this Hoopa, which has kind of enabled them to be everywhere all at once. So they're gonna take this Regieleki. It'll be it'll just break it. Pretty like, minimal overcap, but they still find a little bit of value in that. And especially like when you have that Hoopa, you want to try to break as many goal zones as possible.
Absolutely, but we're not putting the prioritization on that from the side of Save. T1 pad is already down, but not a single one on the side of Caterpie there, so that is going to be rough to go into because Hoopa's still got the power. Mega Charizard Y comes out. We're finding the Inteleon. Inteleon's able to collect the citrus berries, putting it down as the Play With Me comes out. Charizard's low HP as Caterpie is back in this match.
Yeah, they're going to press all 5 members towards this T1 goal zone. Mewtwo Side Strike. Oh, misses. Good portal reset from Cocodrillo. Here comes the Dragon combo into the Livid Outrage from this Garchomp. Going to take down the Hoopa. And Mewtwo's going to take down another as a double KO for them. Arg is going to try to retreat on this Inteleon, but this Mewtwo Y in hot pursuit. That's a triple KO. Mimikyu, it's Pirate King, just going to have to watch as this goal zone gets destroyed.
40 cap in. That's going to put Saved ahead. 147 to 136. 5.5 minutes left in this last game of our Underdunks featuring Gamma's wallet.
Yeah, halfway through this one. Right now, Saved is looking pretty decent right now. I mean, they've been able to kind of counterpunch Caterpie quite a bit, and that last fight was really good evidence about how some of these team fights are going to go. This Garchomp is looking fantastic. I mean, it's level 11 already. Actually, I should say that. It ticks into level 12. So that plus the Blissey, you get that blissful assistance on it. I think this thing is just going to shred through Caterpie.
Absolutely, but still, Caterpie's able to get back to the original 151 there on the board. Regieleki about to spawn in here. 3 seconds to go. They're going to rip this off the board, and they're going to have very little time to get the next one as well. But Hoopa's already quickly caught out. Caterpie's starting to rip there. They're going for it, but Saved slowly coming up with the Mega Charizard Y into that Azure Spy Vision and the Livid Outrage into the Bliss Assist. KOs are coming in for the side of Caterpie as Mega Lucario and Mimikyu are gone, and now so is 2 more members. It's
Wow.
Hoopa in a dream as the points come in.
They're just going to let that Regieleki walk. I think right there, the biggest takeaway from that is Charizard was united by the Slowbro. All for naught, it still stays up. It's also going to get a Unite move from Mimikyu. So you have 2 bounded Unite moves for Caterpie that you really have to watch out for as we get into these later stages of the match. I mean, that was a good counterpunch for Caterpie. They certainly needed to find those KOs, and they did. And now they're going to get a little bit of points in. Oh, not able to get the 40.
No, that Garchomp too strong, able to take the jump pad there. We are not able to get the Inteleon back to the Hoopa portal there. So that is going to be a quick KO and massive experience there for the Garchomp coming in. Hoopa is now roaming around, looking for some vision, looking to try to get something. Meanwhile, it's a fight and a half down here for the Regice.
Oh, Mewtwo almost gets the secure, but it is Mimikyu that takes that Reg Ice for Caterpie, but they pay for it. They go down. Oh, Slowbro was retreating back to base in that tall grass. Almost gets found out by that Mewtwo. Garchomp, though, look at this. Garchomp is level 14, Hyde.
Oh my gosh, 3 minutes to go. Garchomp level 14. Charizard's still looking for 13. Charizard's like, bro, I gotta catch up. Let me do that. Mega Lucario, Big Mac, already looking for a way to get back in. They're trying to grab the Regidrago. Not able to do it as Garchomp comes in for the clutch KO. Secure on the Regidrago there as we now have Big Mac trying to get away. Is able to find an out. Goes into the Hoopa portal, and there we go.
Perfect portal placement from Cocodrillo, just far enough away where they wouldn't get stunned out of it because Blastoise would have been able to surf them away. So good plays there. Big Mac gets out. Now we have a side strike into the Lucario who's going to have to scatter back towards that T2. Hoopa on the front side, going to get a nice deposit of 40 Aeos energy, extending Caterpie's lead. I mean, this is looking pretty good right now for them, despite kind of losing a lot of these team fights.
Yeah, we went right into that portal there a little bit too soon there. We got shoved away, but we still able to connect there by using our eject button. So that is actually a little bit of a late use there for the Hoopa. But again, if you don't want to get picked, you want to survive, sometimes you got to make the risky plays. And 302 to 233, you definitely want to stay in the lead.
We have Kyogre for game 3. Got to look at what Unite moves are available. It's every one but Mewtwo. That's the only Unite move not available. If you're Caterpie, you need to shut down this Charizard, and you need to shut down this Garchomp. The 5v5s have not gone their way a majority of the evening. They've done their best work when they've been able to kind of take away 1 or 2 Pokemon at a time. Now we're just playing it very cautious. Caterpie in the lead right now, 70 points. So they have the advantage to take it a little bit slow. Blastoise is going to try to check all this tall grass. Garchomp's just looking for vision, hiding on that top side, and Save's going in. There's the slow beam.
The save is there. The slow beam's gone, but the Mega Charizards hit the field. Boom. Slowbro is very low. The first KO, the first one to fall. We're going to go in. There goes the Mimikyu. There goes the Mega Lucario. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. They're hunting down the Hoopa.
Wow.
They're going to be taking it down as the rip on Kyogre comes through. Caterpie is here. The grab there is saved, and saved secures the Kyogre.
Good save there from Blastoise as well. It looked like Hoopa is going to try to get in to steal that away with a side beam, but a perfect surf just got them just out of range to keep saved in the lead. They still need to deposit some points if they want to get this win. They are up a little bit, but that's not enough to secure the victory. 100 points should help that case.
Absolutely. 35 seconds left on the clock. 427 to 302. Very winnable for Caterpie still. Find a KO, push across the map, defend the pad. Got to do something here because 23 seconds left, Kyle. Not a lot of time to make that distance.
Nice little surf there from Blastoise, who will continuously get healed from the Kyogre buff. However, not enough heals when you have 5 members of Caterpie going for them. That does yield 1 buff, but with 10 seconds and another 50 bomber, doubled to 100 going in, Saved is going to win this set and be your Underdunk champs.
Woo! Save coming in with the clutch save in game number 3. My goodness, it wasn't no Bell that saved them, but it definitely was a bit of an egg Blissey. That was a fire set, Kyle. My gosh, 527 to 302. Let's take a look at the KOs.
And at the KOs, all across the board, pretty like brawly game, but holy, 9 KOs from this Mewtwo, as well as the 7 assists. So they were certainly doing everything that they could do with that A button, as well as all those side strikes to just stun up Caterpie. Looked really good. I love Nico on this Garchomp, really focused on ensuring that they're high level for these fights, and they're providing a lot of value in those 5v5s.
Absolutely there. And again, the Charles coming in. We didn't see no eggs, but we definitely saw some helping hands. We definitely saw some safeguards, and we definitely saw some bliss assists coming in. Comfy Girl 85K going up against Arg's 45K. We're not able to find as much advantage there for Arg to get in to put those snipe shots down, but look at the Inteleon. 42k damage taken versus the Mewtwo Y at 15k. Comfy E-Girl was definitely sticking to the edges of their range.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at these objectives, they were kind of, I mean, most of them went over towards save. Caterpie did have a few. They had that Reg Ice. They got a couple of Regielekis, but overall, I mean, this was a very even game throughout. So, got to give it to these 2 squads. What a fantastic set to end the night.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Save coming in. Going to be your Underdunk champions there. Caterpie going to be one of your runner-ups tonight. What a fantastic showing. Absolutely demonic teams to make it all the way here. We see Caterpie are making here in a previous one too, Kyle. So great to see some consistency.
Yeah, really, really, truly. Congratulations to Saved. We'll make sure to update our graphic for the winner. We'll post that on our Twitter page as well as in the Discord. So congrats to y'all. I imagine. I don't think this team has ever won an Underdunk. Maybe not as a squad or under this moniker, but yeah, well deserved, well earned. Yeah, not a whole lot else to say about that. Hyde, this is the conclusion of Underdunk number 74. Any final thoughts before I go into a rant?
I mean, we saw some Shedinja Doll, we saw some Cinderace, not together, we saw some Sableye, so I absolutely love to see it, and I think one of the beautiful things, too, is that no matter what we're thrown at, we as a community can still come together to celebrate one of our favorite figures. So, to me, that was a beautiful moment, Kyle, and I hope you enjoyed that, bro.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say, honestly, other than I think I mentioned it on Twitter. I have read all the comments, the good and the bad. Most like 99% good, like 1% troll / bad. And it's overwhelming. And I think all that overwhelmingness, I don't even know if that's a word, certainly was felt tonight. Gamma, obviously, big thank you. I can't say thank you enough. I can't say thank you enough to like Lordy and Bina and Husky, who have just been there through everything. Yeah, this is tough. It's a tough situation. Obviously, we were really excited to cast this weekend. It wasn't made like super public that we were doing it, but we didn't like really hide it. If people asked like if we were casting UCS this year, we were able to tell people. They didn't say we can't tell people, but yeah, very unfortunate situation. Mistakes were made by posting what I posted on Twitter. I haven't like really made that public, but I have shared some of it. I know Husky shared hers. I'm not going to say anything other than, yeah, it was a mistake, and it's something that I have to wear. I should have been a little bit better, nicer. I don't know exactly the word that I'd want to use. But it's, they have their rules and everything, and I have to abide by them, and clearly I didn't abide by them to their liking, and there were consequences. So those are the consequences. It sucks. I'm heartbroken. I'm sure Husky's heartbroken. I know she would probably express that as well. But I think the silver lining in all of it is just the love that I felt from the community. It's like, yeah, it's tough. So I don't like crying. I've been crying a lot. Full disclosure there. It's been a tough week. I think I mentioned on, if you've been in stream before, like I also got laid off from my real job like 2 weeks ago. So it's like, it's been a pretty tough 2 weeks for old Kyle here. But it's, we'll rebound. We'll figure it out. Again, like I hope that it's not the end of the road for my casting journey for UCS, and if it is, then it is. Underdunk will live on. We are not giving up on the community until we're blue in the face. So I hope that everybody still loves competing. We love putting on these shows and these tournaments for everybody. Hope that like everybody enjoys playing it, and obviously, like again, like if you don't enjoy always playing in it, please provide us feedback. We're always trying to make things better, because this community, this tournament is for the community, and we love the community. We love all the players that get to play in this. We love the competitors that get to show up and show out, and we want to continue like fostering that environment. So we hope that we can continue doing that. Hopefully we could put on like bigger and better shows. Like we put on an amazing like couple of like really big tournaments. Like we did the Electrode Volleyball with the Unite Mike's channel. We've done a lot of collaborations. We put on the show for Spraggles, I'm not even going to remember exactly what the tournament name was. The over dunk, first and last, crowd on God. I don't remember what all the words were, but like we love doing all that. We hope we could put on more of those. We love these weeklies that we've been able to do. It's an honor to serve this community, and it's an honor. Oh no, you did it again. It's an honor to continue to do this for everybody. Oh my God, you can't do it again. There's a 300 homes. Oh, okay.
The Make Kyle Break challenge.
Yeah. It's tough. Gamma. I love everybody here. I love my community. I love the Underdunk community. Ugh, it sucks. You jerk. You jerk. Yeah. So I appreciate it. I really do. Is Gamma here now?
He is. He's in the Discord call.
Oh, well, it's the stream can't hear you because I have the audio. Let me see if I can feed it in here somehow. If you want to say anything, let me see if I can feed it. Okay. Talk again? Maybe? Okay. Let me. I have to do it a different way. Un momento. I have to do my OBS thing and get things. Okay, we are in caster in game. And add audio. Add audio. Bam. Bam. Discord. Bam. And transition? Maybe?
Yo.
Did it work? It did!
Hey. Hey.
Game is here. Peach.
Hey, Kyle. I just want to say you are an amazing person. You have done so much for the community. And I love your content. What you have done for the grassroots community is unbelievable. Something that I could not have dreamed of for the grassroots community. And you have carried it so hard.
Yeah.
I love you, dude. I love this community. And I want all the hearts in chat for Kyle for what he has done. And I hope he gets more opportunities with the Pokemon Company. And I hope to see him more so in the future.
Thanks, Gamma.
Love you, dude.
I love you too. Okay. With that said, I think I've cried all the tears that I can. And I think that's where we're gonna have to end tonight. Hyde, any last thing before we figure out who we're rating?
No, bro. I think everything that needs to be said has been said. Like I said, you've been a huge inspiration to me for casting and stuff like that. And you're one of the reasons that I'm here. You're one of you and Husky and Bina have been so supportive, and Lordy providing opportunities like First Step. So it's beyond the tournament, and you're constantly giving back, bro. It's been amazing. So seriously, thank you.
Thank you. Alrighty. We'll be back. I don't think we're doing one next week. I think we're taking the week off. And then we'll be back in 2 weeks. So look for that. Look for more Underdunk stuff. We're going to try to do some other things to try to help, make some more, fun tournaments and stuff. We have our hands tapped in on a lot of the grassroots stuff too. So happy to help contribute where we can. So all these tournaments run smooth. Bina and I helped out with the Big Uzi Cup, which was super fun on Sunday. So hopefully we can do more of that as well to help a lot of these grassroots stuff. So don't go too far, folks. We'll be back. And on Saturday, Sunday, we're going to be back on this channel for the off-stream matches. Not going to let anything dampen that mood. So we'll still make sure to cover all of those Saturday and Sunday. I believe it's going to be 2 p.m. Don't quote me on that, but I'll make sure to put that on Twitter and all the socials and stuff to double confirm. But until then, everybody, we will see y'all next time.
This guy is the double grass emblem guy, by the way. Congrats on playing grass.